Hey, what's up, everyone? Thanks for joining the live stream, or once again, if you're watching from the future with the VOD. Appreciate you being here either way. Figured I'd do another live stream. Obviously, we've done a few with doing Slay the Spire and running through that game. Probably will return to that again at some point. But I figured do something a little bit different here, a little bit more engaging of a game. I'll try my best still to be engaging with the chat, but it's a little bit more interactive as far as me needing to focus on gameplay, because actually the keyboard actually gets used in this game, unlike Slay the Spire, which is pretty much just the mouse. But Halo is a game that I played years ago when it came out, and honestly, I hadn't played it in a long time until recently when I picked up the Master Chief Collection, and I figured really enjoy the story, so it's something I thought might as well share. If you're a fan of sci-fi or action-based things, and you're not familiar with the story, it's definitely worth checking out because it's kind of a cool overall just sci-fi plot that takes place here. So wanted to share it and play through that. Once again, though, if you're hopping in for the chat, happy to engage in any conversations, whether it's like pop culture related or pretty much anything revolved around this. Obviously, you see from the thumbnail I had anything horror based or any shows going on, pretty much anything you want to chat about. Open to doing that as we kind of go through the story of Halo as well. So just as I mentioned, some variety here as far as what we're doing on the channel when it comes to the actual gameplay side of things. And let me make sure I pop up all of these to put on here. I noticed last time when I was playing Slay the Spire, I forgot to do the screen capture. So definitely want to make sure I do that this time so that everything comes across and the story actually gets displayed for you guys. So want to make sure that gets shared. JDev, appreciate you being here. Hey man, how's it going? Hope your day's going pretty good so far. Happy Monday for you. But yeah, just wanted to, as I said, play through Halo, just a different experience from Slay the Spire. Older game, obviously, but I think the story still resonates to this point in time. Obviously, the franchise is massive. I only played through the first 3 games, I believe. I didn't play through like Reach or ODST or anything like that. Maybe at some point, if it makes sense, we'll cover that kind of as a first time for me, because that all got included in the Master Chief Collection here. But let me pop open Halo here, and I think I have everything sharing, so should not have any issues here. Let me pop this open. And let me know as I open this if there's any volume issues you may have. Like if you think like, hey, the gameplay volume is a little bit too loud, let me know that. Because I want to make sure on the receiving end it sounds good for you guys. So even if it's like, hey, the bullets are too loud or anything like that. So just let me know any issues you may have as far as what you hear or see. I think I put my camera in a good spot. I originally had it in the top right, but I moved it down because your health is up there, so I want to make sure that gets shown. I also swapped webcams, so let me know if you think this one's just as good. Why I'm going with the different options just because it was a preference of this one being kind of more seemed like best fit for me. So hopefully this one, as far as actual video quality and stuff like that, is just as good as what I had before. So let me know if you're any thoughts there as well, but it should be roughly the same experience, I would hope. Everything sounds looks good. Awesome. Cool. So obviously, as I said, I got the Master Chief Collection. Here's kind of the main screen. And we're going to jump into the campaign. I know for the longest time, I was like, I'm not going to do first-person shooters on the channel because I'm probably not the best at like keeping my composure when you're doing stuff like that. We're going to stick with the campaign. Obviously, multiplayer is a little bit more intense. But just running through the story here. As I said, if you're a fan of sci-fi and you're not familiar with Halo, definitely a great story, so it's something that I encourage you to check out. I hadn't played it in the longest time, and recently picked up the collection and replayed through the first game. Actually, you can see here, I played it on Legendary, so there's different difficulties. Legendary is pretty hard, so the first couple of Halos are kind of hard as far as difficulty goes. We're probably going to play the game on normal, just because it allows me to have semi-challenge, but also be engaging with chat, so it's not super intense. I think, though, since all of the original Halo is with Master Chief, I think there's a playlist that just has him. Maybe we'll run that to kind of get some progress towards that playlist, because I like to do different achievements, and I think there's probably one for doing this playlist. And yeah, but JDev, how's it going, man? How's everything going for you? I know there's a lot of videos I plan on getting out. Of course, I'm like live streaming this instead, but I plan on doing at some point a Season 5 U review. Wasn't a big fan of it. I had some criticisms, but glad to kind of have watched that finally and gotten that kind of closed out with Joe Goldberg's story. I'm planning to see Until Dawn tomorrow. Probably will do a short of my out of theater reaction, as well as an overall review. I've heard a lot of bad things about it though, so I'm kind of going into it with low expectations because I really enjoyed the game. I'm not sure if that's something I'll ever do here on the channel as far as the actual game, but it's probably one of my favorite kind of story-driven games, even though it's pretty dated at this point in time. And when it comes to like super massive games, the developers, I think it's their strongest game. They have like that game, they have The Quarry, the Dark Pictures Anthology, which I've ranked those 4 games in that series on the channel. Obviously, there's another Dark Pictures game coming out this year, so I don't know, maybe I'll wind up playing that. It's kind of a good interactive game that you can play with your chat as well, I imagine. And even if you're not doing that, you're kind of just going through the story, making choices. So it's kind of a fun experience overall. That kind of play style. The Dark Pictures games can get a little bit janky here and there, but overall, I feel like that's kind of a fun idea, just having horror-based, like, choice-driven games. But yeah, so I'll probably wind up seeing Until Dawn tomorrow, and we'll see how that one is. I thought I was planning to do a few trailer reactions and just breakdowns. Like, I Know What You Did Last Summer, we recently got one. I'm not the biggest, like, lore fan when it comes to I Know What You Did Last Summer. I've seen a few of the movies, like, growing up back in the day, but it's probably been, I don't know, at least 10 years since I've watched any of those movies, so I need to maybe familiarize myself with the franchise a little bit more. But if I do a trailer breakdown, just realize I'm not the biggest I Know What You Did Last Summer, like, historian type of fan, knowing the franchise super well. But it's cool to see that franchise coming back. Hopefully, from what I can tell, it seems like they're kind of repeating the same cycle, though, so we'll see how that goes. It seems like they kind of just overall, I'm not sure they're doing anything really new. From what I got from the trailer so far, it seems like they're kind of doing the same story, which you can do that, just hopefully it comes across more effective. But what else? I'm trying to think. There's we also got the Predator Badlands trailer. I haven't watched it yet, but I've heard kind of a lot of feedback on that one. So I don't know. There's a few trailers, as I said, movies coming out. I'll plan to do as we kind of go along here with releases. So I'm good. I watched Sinners and Accountant 2 yesterday. Awesome. Yeah, I saw your Sinners ranking. I think you gave it a 4 out of 5, so you must have really liked it. Obviously, I reviewed it here on the channel as well. I was a fan of the movie. There were some criticisms I had with the progression of the story and some of the like logic choices, but I think it worked overall as a story. I also question on replay value if it will be as effective, because I could see myself being like, okay, I know where we go with the story, so it's not as building up a plot once you kind of know. I've seen some people criticize that there weren't really as many vampires in their vampire movie as they were hoping, but I don't know. Some of the marketing did kind of pitch it as a heavy vampire film. Like, we've seen I think Haley Steinfeld, I knew going into the movie that she was going to get, I mean, spoilers, I guess, but I won't go into detail if you haven't seen it too much, but we've seen photos of her, or like video of her in the trailers, in the promotional material, of like her with like blood in her mouth. So I kind of knew that she was going to turn. Also, one of the points I made at the beginning of the film, you see a character, you're like, okay, this character we know is going to be at the end. But overall, I had a good time with it. Obviously, it kind of genre blends anyway. It's not solely a vampire film, so I think it works as kind of a combination of a few different genres overall. Yeah, so you give it a 4.5 out of 5. What did you think of The Accountant 2? I haven't watched The Accountant. I've heard that's actually pretty good. I think I mentioned here before that I don't typically go too deep into like action solely based, like Mission Impossible, James Bondy type stuff, but I've heard good things about it. All right, I'll stop chatting. Let me change the so difficulty's on normal by default. As I think we'll just stick with that and run through things, and we'll start off with the beginning of Halo. So I call this, obviously, if you're not familiar, Combat Evolved is Halo 1. So this is Halo 1 essentially. There's two different actually graphics you can use. You can use the original graphics and you can use the updated graphics. I'm probably going to stick with the old ones. The new ones look better, but I'm kind of nostalgic for the old ones, and I feel like the character models and stuff like that look better, even if it's older graphics, which you'll see that as we jump in here. Yeah, let's just boot up and start it off here. Okay. Let me that off. Cool. And I'll play the cutscenes so you get kind of the background of the story. I'm not the biggest Halo like lore person, but I played it, as I said, as a kid, and I just replayed it on Legendary, so I get the general premise. So I'll try to call things out as they come along here. But here's the Pillar of Autumn, the ship that we're on essentially to start things off here. I thought Count 2 was better. Like, okay. I'm assuming you like the Accountant then. That means both must be pretty solid. That's like Ben Affleck, right? I think he's the main guy in that one.
Cortana, all I need to know is, did we lose them?
Let me know here if the audio, you can hear it all right, but pretty much just we have Captain Keyes here, which I think a lot of these character models look so goofy. This is the newer graphics. I feel like his face just looks so like, I don't know, like he had like surgery on his face. Like it's very stoic and very unmoving almost.
As for tracking us all the way from Reach, at light speed my maneuvering options were limited.
I hear it cool.
We were running dark.
So pretty much here he's talking to Cortana, which is like this AI system, more or less, and they're trying to evade the Covenant, which is this alien race
They were waiting for us on
they're
the
kind of
far
fighting
side of the
against.
planet.
So where do we?
So it's almost like Star
Our
Trek-y
fighters are
type.
mopping up the last of their recon picket
That
now,
dude just
nothing
like loaded
serious.
in the screen there. I feel like a lot of the
But
newer
I've
graphics,
isolated
these guys are
our
really
host
puffy. He
signatures
just
from
loaded out of the
multiple
screen.
CS-class
So
battle groups, making
hoping the
3 capital
graphics
ships per group.
are okay
And in
too on
about
this.
90
I've
seconds,
mentioned
they'll
this
be
before,
all
but
over us.
on my YouTube
Oh,
side it
that's
mentions that the
Bring the ship back up to combat
I'll talk after
alert
here.
Alpha. I want everyone at their stations.
Everyone, sir?
Everyone.
so pretty much it's all hands on deck here. There's Cortana.
Let's give our old friends a warm welcome.
I've already begun.
Cool. I appreciate you telling me, JDev, that you can hear it too.
Attention, all combat personnel. Please report to your
But yeah, so pretty much the Covenant or the like alien race that the humans are battling against through a majority of the game, but that's what's kind of going on here as well.
Fifth platoon, secure airlocks on deck 11. 14th platoon, rendezvous with
I've yet to
22nd
stay awake for the
Tactical at
count.
Bullhead, Charlie 14.
Just seen 3 or 4 times. Okay, so it sounds like maybe you weren't as high on the original. There's the Warthog.
You heard the lady. Move like you got a purpose.
This is not a
Sergeant Johnson,
drill.
this guy's
I
cool.
repeat, this is not a drill.
But I was saying, YouTube side of things, it's telling me that the visuals may not be optimized, so hopefully it's not coming in blurry or anything like that. It may have some issues, but I'm intending to stream this in 4K, but it's telling me pretty much that, like, hey, we can't meet those expectations, so.
Am I right, Marine? Sir, yes, sir.
So pretty much the ship is getting
Attention
like an
all
alert
personnel.
emergency here
We are
because they're kind of getting invaded, and
external and internal
they're pretty much
contact.
loading up to fight.
All you greenhorns who wanted to see Covenant up close, this is gonna be your lucky day.
I'm not sure how far we'll get in the game through this live stream. We'll see how it goes as far as how long these levels wind up taking.
Right. Let's thaw him out. Okay. Bringing low-level systems online.
He's not touching
Cracking
any
the
of
case in 30
those
seconds.
keys on the keyboard. So as I said, these graphics look better. I feel like they kind of, if you're familiar with like Borderlands, it kind of looks like
He's
that
hot. Blowing the pins in
pixely
5.
style where it's, I don't know how to describe it. They just kind of has that same type of vibe where it's very vibrant colors and things like that.
Tube shows green. Cycle complete.
So pretty much because they're on high alert, they're breaking Master Chief out of this cryo chamber to come help them fight off the Covenant.
Welcome back.
So I played the game as Master Chief here, who's like been awakened to
Chief, please look around
help
the
fight
room.
here.
I need to get a calibration reading for your
And this
battle
first
system.
level is kind of more tutorial based than anything else because it kind of gets you calibrated on how to play the game. Obviously, this game came out in 2001, I think, originally. Let me switch actually here.
No freezer burn.
Here's the different graphics. So you can
Okay,
see it's a
sir,
little
go ahead
bit
and climb
darker
out
and
of
things
the
like that, but
cryotube.
I feel like the characters look better, in my opinion. And it looks, the darker almost makes it look more like ominous than the updated graphics, but I don't know if anyone has a strong preference. I can stick with one, but I like the original
I
one
gave you
better,
a double
even if they
dose of
look
the wake-up
like
stim.
way more.
Take a quick
This looks
walk
kind of
around
like
the cryo bay and
N64,
join me at the optical
like
diagnostic
Tomb Raider
station when you're
pixely.
ready.
But this, I don't know. This guy looks so goofy. I feel like in this mode, and as I said, it's brighter. You can see everything better, but it just feels not the same.
I know the ordnance.
I think
tabs
Halo
usually
2 had the
take
same
care of
thing
your
where they
targeting
redid the
sensors,
graphics, but
but
I've
we're short
heard
of time, Chief.
better experiences
Just
and
look at each
feedback
of the
on the
flashing
updated
panels
ones
to
actually being
target
what
them.
people
When
prefer.
you lock on, it'll change
All right, this is
color.
pretty much just telling me my
Okay,
mouse
that looks
directions,
good.
Sir, I'm getting some
and it tells me I can play this game with inverted controls. So
You'd like it better that
pretty
way.
much if you go up, it'll go down, things like that. So here it's letting me pick, which back in the day I used to play on inverted, but I don't like that. So press okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I like it regular instead of inverted because it just goes more normal.
Switch it again. Okay, I'll leave the pitch normal, but if you want, you can change
J-Dev,
the
I said
shot
I know you've said before that you're not a as big of a gamer. Are you familiar with Halo, or is this
Please follow me to the energy shield test station.
not a story you're familiar with?
Fire teams, report to defensive positions Alpha through
I did mean to call it out. When we saw the ship outside viewpoint, you saw Halo on the screen. Pretty much Halo is like this ringed planet almost that is kind of like a
Bring his
weapon.
energy shields online, please.
And the Covenant are trying to control it, and we're trying to stop them pretty
All
much.
right. Shields read as fully charged.
Okay, sir. Bring them down to test the automatic.
All right, so it's pretty much here. It's just showing us how our shields work. So if you see in the top right, my shield is at 0 now, and that recharges in this game, but you have to wait a few seconds.
Recharging normally.
Heard people talk about Halo, but never played it myself. That's fair.
Bridge to Cryo 2, this is Captain Key. Send them
This was
back.
probably, obviously, as I said, the N64 things like
Captain, we'll
GoldenEye
have
and
to
stuff like
skip
that
the
were
weapons diagnostics
kind of iconic for then.
Aye,
But
sir.
Halo was like
Skipper
the first
seems jumpy. We better get
first-person
moving.
shooter that
We'll
I feel
find
like
you
I
weapons
really
later.
Okay.
got
I'll get
into.
the self-diagnostics running at least.
and obviously kind of launched the franchise. I think a lot of people, I haven't played pretty much in any of them after 3. I've heard Halo Infinite people were kind of mixed on. I think they kind of tried to turn it into like a battle pass, microtransaction stuff like a lot of modern games do, which isn't great.
This way.
But pretty much we're just trying to get the Captain Keys out. This guy's gonna get killed by this. And so we jump over here. And I'll try to point out some things. As I said, since I just played this on Legendary, I'm kind of familiar with the level layout for the most part. Crouch under here. So we got some. These guys are called elites, so they're like the Covenant. They're kind of the toughest guy. I mean, there's also the hunters, but we do have the. What is the flashlight? I kind of forgot what we made the flashlight. Okay, this guy is. We made it. There we go. All right, so just get around you. So as I said, we're just running to get the Captain Keys. This guy's gonna take us there.
The captain needs you on the bridge ASAP. Better follow
There's
me.
kind of the graphics differences. So it looks. I don't know. I can agree that it looks more modern this way, but I just feel like I'm so used to this being the general.
Get clear, Chief.
All right, so we're going to Captain Keys over here, who was the guy who was talking to Cortana at the beginning. We're pretty much just connecting with him to get an understanding of what's going on.
Captain.
Here's us, Master Chief. See,
Good to
this
see
is
you,
what he
Master
looks like
Chief.
in the older
Things
graphics.
aren't
I just
going
feel like he
well.
looks
Cortana did her
more
best,
like
but
your
we
typical like
never
older
really had a
guy.
chance.
A dozen Covenant superior battleships against a single Halcyon-class cruiser. With those odds, I'm content with 3, make that 4 kills. Sleep well?
I feel like Cortana looks
No
more
thanks to
purple.
your driving. Yes.
So you did miss me.
Report!
It must have been one of their boarding parties.
J-Dev,
I
are you
guess an
planning to see
antimatter charge.
Until Dawn? As I said, I've heard people not
Captain,
like
the
it,
cannon was my
so
last offensive option.
if I wasn't planning to
All right.
review it and had like an attachment to
initiating
the
cold
original
protocol
IP, I would
level
probably
2.
be a little bit
We're
mixed on
abandoning
going to
the
see it, but
That means you too, Cortana.
While you do what? Go down with the ship?
In a manner of speaking.
I don't know where he
The
got that
object
pipe
we
from.
found,
But
I'm
pretty
gonna
much
try
he's
and
coming up
land
with a
the
plan
Autobot.
for us to
With all
get
due
off the ship
respect,
here.
sir, this war has
and he's
enough
going up giving me a
dead
weapon.
heroes.
Nope. Okay, that's
I
fair.
appreciate your
As I said, I've
concern,
seen like
Cortana,
a
but it's
bunch
not
of
up to me.
reviewers. I haven't watched the reviews
Protocol
yet,
is
but I've
clear.
seen a lot of people just
Destruction
from the
or capture
thumbnail or
of ship
title
40 is
imply they
absolutely
really didn't like it.
unacceptable.
So
That means you're leaving ship.
maybe it's good just to go into it with low
Lock in a
expectations.
selection of
But
emergency landing zones. Upload
hopefully
them
it's
to my neural
okay.
base, and then sort yourself for a heart transfer.
Aye, aye, sir.
Which is where you come in, Chief. Get Cortana off this ship. Keep her safe from the enemy. If they capture her, they'll learn everything. Force deployment, weapons research,
all right.
Earth.
So pretty much here, Cortana is going to be joining me as Master Chief
The Autumn
going
will
forward.
continue evasive maneuvers until you
So it keeps her
initiate a
safe,
landing
and she's
sequence.
kind of the
Not
narrator
that you'll
along with
listen,
me,
but I'd
because
suggest letting my
Master Chief doesn't
subject
talk a whole
plan
lot in the
the
game, I'll
final
say.
Excellent work, Cortana. Thank you. Are you ready?
Yank me.
So she's being pulled from the software there and being put in this little like microchip to be attached to the back of my head here.
Good luck, Master Chief.
I don't know where this like magically disappears to. I feel like when he just touches it back here, but
Your architecture isn't much different from the Autumn's.
so she's kind of one with Master Chief now at this point.
I don't keep it loaded,
So he gives me the pistol here. I need to find ammo, but this pistol, while it seems like it's weak, it's probably the strongest gun in the game, if I'm being honest. That or the sniper. It's kind of between those two, I would say. These guys are the grunts. And I haven't played this on normal, as I said, since back when it came out. Probably around, or at least like 2003 probably is the last time I imagine I played this. So we'll see how normal feels as far as the difficulty level. I know I was introducing my wife to the game, but she was playing it on easy, which seemed like a good balance of like her to be able to get the story, but also have some gameplay with it. So as I said, those bigger guys are the elites, and these smaller guys are the grunts. They kind of have like comedic lines, like they'll run away and make goofy comments here and there, so they're not really intimidating as much as some of the other guys, like the elites. Like this is the big dudes, but these are the tiny guys.
Where'd they go?
J-Dev, what's your, I guess, next upcoming movie you are looking forward to? I'm thinking of things like maybe Final Destination. I don't know if you plan to say I know what you did last summer. Or anything else coming out in the near term. All right. So as I said, it's showing us kind of the basics of the game, just to get an idea of how to play.
Nice one!
Kind of in a tutorial type of level, but also giving us some story too. These guys are gonna get blasted. Grab an overshield in here. So this is like one of the Covenant ships that are attached here to our bay. Or pretty much the point of this level is to clear out the Covenant and then try to ultimately get off the Pillar of Autumn. Oh, that was one of my guys. We're out of ammo with that pistol. Mission Impossible, Final Reckoning. Okay. I think we talked about it last time. That's the, I mean, obviously based on the title, it's going to be the last Mission Impossible. It's probably the last one Tom Cruise does, I would guess. I probably won't see that in theaters. As I said, it's not my type of film, but I do want to at some point kind of watch them all, because I imagine you also probably shouldn't watch it if you haven't like seen the last few of them, I would guess. But Tom Cruise as a person is a little strange, but I feel like as an actor he's pretty great, so at some point I'll probably jump in and watch that. That may be one that, like, when it comes to streaming, I'll catch up on them all. I doubt it's the last. Yeah, that's true. I mean, people like making money. I feel like even if they pitch it's the last one, they could always like, hey, this one made a killing. Let's do more. Tom Cruise, I feel like, could do action movies until he's like 80. I don't know how old he is now. Doesn't he? I think he also does his own stunts, right? Back here.
You like that? Nice one.
Tom Cruise is phenomenal. Yeah, as an actor, he's great. Like Top Gun was great. I don't know if you've seen it, but kind of well, it's not really a deep cut, but I feel like a lot of people hadn't seen it. But Collateral is one that I really enjoyed that he was in back in the day. Him and Jamie Foxx. I feel like he was like such a badass in that movie. As I said, this pistol, like, it does a lot of damage, and you can zoom in. They're dropping their like alien weapons that I can pick up, but I'll probably not swap to them until later on. The plasma pistol, also a strong weapon.
Covenant, on the landing above us.
There's like a speed run where you can just throw a grenade and bounce up and kind of skip this part, but I'm planning for this run to be actually playing through all of the game and not trying to speed run it. But if I remember as we go along, I'll kind of point out some speed run things that people have done in the game. But you can pretty much skip this entire room of fighting by just grenade jumping is a big way for people to kind of progress the level without having to fight certain rooms.
What the?
He's 60, I believe. Yeah, he doesn't look it. He has aged super well.
Going, Marines.
Love Collateral and Edge of Tomorrow. I'm trying to think if I think I did watch Edge of Tomorrow kind of recently, actually. That's the one where he like dies and comes back to life over and over again and has to figure out how to like survive it. I thought that was okay. Yeah, Collateral was so weird because isn't that at the beginning you have like him going down the escalator and Jason Statham going up the escalator, and that's the only time we see Jason Statham in the whole movie. I'm like, why did you have Jason Statham in this movie just to be in that one scene? It felt very odd, but it was cool to have that. I was bummed, not to spoil the movie, but there's a character in the movie that I really like that winds up dying in a club scene. I'm like, oh man, I liked him, but it was kind of like an action film where you're gonna have a lot of people die. He's 62. Yeah, he is
Follow the nav point.
definitely in pretty good shape for that age, and will pretty much probably looks younger than I do at this point in time, honestly. All right, so we go through here. We got to turn the flashlight on. There's gonna be a grunge to our right. Wait, no. Maybe this isn't. That's not that part yet. Yeah, it's the next tunnel we go through. You can kind of get lost in some of these if you go back and forth a little too much.
Let's find a safe exit.
This is not where I wanted to go out.
We're too
think
close.
to the right over here.
We need to find another route. Motion tracker.
But yeah, obviously Tom Cruise is kind of timeless for all the stuff he's been in. Why?
Analyzing. The door's control mechanism is offline, but it's taken a lot of damage. You should be able to bash it open with the butt of your weapon.
Oh, duh, over here. Okay. But yeah, he's been like back in the day. He was in like a lot of chick flicks, like when I'm trying to think like Risky Business or stuff like that. But he's an awesome actor, and as the Top Gun was even. I feel like when you bring something back from that long ago, it's kind of risky, and a lot of them flop. But they nailed it with. I know that was supposed to like save movie theaters, right? I don't know if they wound up doing that necessarily, but it was definitely an awesome film to have come out. I watched it when it was already out on streaming, but I imagine in theaters it was probably amazing to see like those planes and stuff like that. Stallone's your favorite all time? Okay. But you said you didn't like the original Rocky a whole lot, I think. I assume action is probably, alongside horror, is your favorite, like, other genre, I would guess. If you like Stallone, you like Mission Impossibles. I'm trying to think what else Stallone is. Like, obviously, Rambo. Yeah, here's the grunt, and there's another one. Were you big on the Expendables? I haven't really seen those. Not a lot of people had some criticisms with. I think the first one had a lot of the older actors, and then they like made later ones that had newer actors included. I think some people didn't like that they increased the cast size. But I haven't really watched any of them. Obviously a lot of big names in them. I think what else is Stallone's in though, outside of like Rambo and Rocky. Those are kind of his 2 heavy ones, but probably more deep cuts than that I'm just not thinking of. Alright, here's where you just like throw grenades. Gotcha. Yeah, I feel like I said I watched all of the Rockies about a year ago, I would say maybe, and
One last lifeboat. Quickly, get aboard
I
before
enjoyed it,
launches.
but I could see it being kind of dated and a little bit slower paced too, and they also kind of do the same thing in a few of the other movies. We also the ending with the fight feels like it just kind of abruptly ends, which isn't the greatest in my opinion. Alright, so here I forget where we go to technically end the level. It's back here? Yeah. So here we're getting off the ship, and we're getting on one of these little life pods to
Now
take
would
off
be a
in.
very good time to leave.
Not the biggest Expendables fan.
Punch it.
Yeah, it feels like Expendables is kind of just your typical like. I can't imagine there's much like plot in the Expendables. It just feels like let's put a lot of famous people
I don't
in
want
this
to
action
die out
film.
here.
Look,
So we're on this escape pod, and we are landing on Halo here. I like all movies aside from cartoons, anime. Okay, that's fair. I know you've in your
What is that thing,
pick
Lieutenant?
2 out of 3. You've had kind of a variety of genres. Like you've done the rom-coms, you've done the comedies, you've done
I knew it.
Marvel,
The autumn's accelerating. Keys is going
which
in
probably
manual.
needs to be its own subgenre at this point. So there's the Pillar of Autumn going down.
Heads up, everyone. This is it. We're entering the ring's atmosphere in 5.
We are trying to land on Halo here. This
Sure you wouldn't rather take a seat?
We'll be fine.
This second level is probably the level I played the most growing up
If I
because
still
it's
had fingers, they'd be crossed.
kind of like the first level, but without a lot of the tutorial pieces of it. Why, not to prod you, Dave, but why you're not a fan of cartoons or anime, if I may ask? Just like the art style, maybe, or you like more live action stuff because it's like feels more real, maybe, or some actual people?
Airbrake failure. They flew too early. I'm losing her.
Okay, apparently we got an achievement for beating Pillar of Autumn in a certain amount of time. Stallone has many underrated films. Lock Up, Daylight, Demolition Man.
Chief, can you hear me?
I haven't heard of Lock Up or
Last.
Daylight.
Are you
Demolition Man
alright?
I've heard of. I
Can
don't
you
know if
move?
I've seen it. Alright, so pretty much all of the Marines on our pod unfortunately passed, except for us, because we're like a super
There's nothing we can
human elite fighting machine. Here's a spot where you can do a jump cut. If you go over there, do a grenade jump, you can skip this first part where there's like
I recommend
these
moving into
planes
the
called
hills.
Banshees that attack you,
The Covenant will
and there's some
believe that everyone aboard
enemies
this
on the
ship
ground too.
died
But
first.
once again, I'm not going to do that. Just going to point out some of these
Covenant dropship
speed run
inbound.
things you can
We
do.
must be looking for survivors. I recommend immediate
Just never got into them. That's fair. That's fair. I feel like a lot of stuff too, if you didn't watch it at a certain point, maybe it doesn't hit as hard. Like, I've heard somebody's mentioned this the other day in a live stream, and I kind of agree that like Dragon Ball, for example, is an anime that I grew up watching, at least Dragon Ball Z, and I think I could see it being harder to get into now. But once again, I did watch that with my wife a few years ago, and she got into it, but she may have just liked it because I was a fan of it. But I could see some stuff being harder to get into, especially stuff that's like long, like something like One Piece, where it's like 1,000 episodes. Like, it's a big commitment. You're like, if I don't love this, then that's a little bit too much for me to get into. Do you? I don't know if we talked about this last time, though. I guess when it comes to, you mentioned cartoons. Since you do like some Marvel stuff, it seems like. Do you like Invincible at all, or have you watched that on? I think we may have talked about it. I don't think you've watched it. It sounded like on Amazon. It's kind of it's obviously a cartoon, but also pretty good story, and Pretty good voice acting in that too. I think that's the other part too. I really like voice actors. Like J.K. Simmons actually plays Omni-Man in that and does a pretty good job. Are you a fan of like Pixar films then? Or no? Like I'm thinking of like Toy Story or Up or Finding Nemo. Any of those type of things. If you're not into cartoonishy things, curious your thoughts on a lot of those type of movies too. Alright, so pretty much here we have the Covenant also landing on Halo that we have to fend off, and we have a bunch of Marines that escaped on pods as well that we're pretty much looking to rescue and try to locate them. So this part, we're going to be at this base where a bunch of Marines landed at, so we kind of have to hold off this little structure here for a few fights. If you go up here, you can kind of see the front area, and people that do speed runs, if you attack the Marines yourself, you can like prevent dialogue from taking place, which speeds up the game. So I gotta be careful. There is fall damage here, but I'm not gonna do that. But if you like shoot your own Marines, they won't have dialogue that you have to listen to, which may be happening right now, but I'm not over by them.
Good to see you, sir. Welcome to the party.
I thought about watching Invincible, but never did. I count Pixar stuff as a cartoon. Yeah. So it sounds like you're not a fan of Pixar stuff then too. I would check out Invincible. I only watched season 1, I'll say. I know we're like what 3 seasons in, but I only did Amazon with like a free trial, so I watched that and a few other stuff on there like The Boys or a show called The Legend of Vox Machina, which is kind of like a D&D show. I would say it's a less. Did you watch The Boys? I guess because Invincible is kind of similar when it comes to like what takes place, but it's a lot less crude than The Boys. Like The Boys has tons of like kind of inappropriate scenes, so it's kind of like that, but without those components. Like can be kind of violent. But it's more tolerable for probably more variety of age ranges, I'll say. But I like the first season. The first episode was wild. I would say if you do check it out, you could always just watch like the first episode and be like, am I into this? No, because I feel like if you don't like the first episode, that's probably just gonna be a taste thing that it may not be your cup of tea.
We could use your help, sir.
Alright, so as I said, we're pretty much just holding off this structure as various ships from the Covenant are going to land. I think they try to flank us here. I think he even says that here.
Uh-oh, another bandit dropping in behind us. They're trying to flank us.
I don't know. I feel like the balance, because sometimes animated stuff makes it so you can do things that aren't realistic in live action, or like aren't going to look good in live action. Like, speaking of Dragon Ball, I don't think you can do Dragon Ball in live action. It's never going to work, in my opinion. They had that awful movie, Dragon Ball Evolution, which had a few problems with it, but you can't just have, like, people flying around and powering up and make it look that great. Obviously, we have superhero stuff, so maybe you could, but I feel like just the subject matter and, like, character appearances would look very goofy in live action.
Going after him.
Don't let him get away.
I will say too with this game has probably, as the music kicks in, one of the better like soundtracks overall. Like obviously at the main menu you get kind of the monks like hymn that you hear, and then in other parts you get like kind of the action music. Also in Halo 2, I don't know if anyone's a fan of like rock music, but Breaking Benjamin had a song called "Blow Me Away" that was promoted with that game, which I really enjoyed. We'll see, that's the one thing about YouTube live streams. It's kind of unfortunate. I am a big fan of music and would love like sharing music that I enjoy, but with copyright stuff, it's pretty much impossible. I think Twitch you can get away with that a little more, maybe because it's not. You don't have like VODs as much as you do on YouTube, but
Roger, Echo 49. Team. This is Fire Team Charlie.
It'd be awesome to share more like
Is that you,
actual like
Hammer?
copyrighted music
Roger, Fire
because
Team Charlie. Good to hear from you.
music's
Hammer, we need
music
transportation to
and
the
movies,
command
games, shows. I feel like you
I'm
can
on my way.
tell a lot of stories
Look,
with all that
more
kind of stuff.
lifeboats. They're coming in fast. If those lifeboats make it down, that means
So you see these pods are crashing
Hammer, we need you to
just like we
disengage
did. So we
your
need to
warthog.
go
The
check them
Master
out
Chief and I
to
are
try to
going
save those
save some
Marines.
soldiers.
And similarly to this spot, if you go there and you kill the Marines, it goes a lot faster. We're not going to do that, but it is an option. Here's where we get to drive the Warthog for the first time. Let's put somebody else
Stand by to
crushed by
evac
this ship.
survivors and transport them to safety.
Driving this is a little wonky.
Echo
Let's put one of the
419,
Marines that we did save some, right? Okay.
The Master
We'll put
Chief
one
and
in
I
the
need
passenger
backup.
seat
Spare a
here.
few men.
So I think here's where some of the music for Halo will kick in.
Sure thing.
Alright, so the rest of them are going to get on the Pelican, they call that thing, and take off. And we're going to go try to save some of those other people as they crash into the rock. I did JDev. I know we talked about this last live stream, I think
this
it
cave
was.
is not a natural
I
formation.
did put together my top 10
Someone
TV
built it,
shows.
So it must lead
For a while, I know you talked about 25 at one point. I was like, I can't think of how I would rank those. I actually, when I was putting together my list of 10, I
I've hacked
came up
into
with
the
like
Covenant battle network.
30-something shows that I would
Broadcasting tactical
like vouch
data
for.
on
So I was like, okay, maybe I could do a
channels.
25, but
You should show them who
I
they're
probably
dealing with.
would stick to more of a 10 just
Master
because
Chief,
I can
I'm going to
expand a
use
little
your
bit
ship's
further on
transcom
the
system
ones
to
that I
monitor their
mentioned.
chatter.
But I'm always afraid of like locking in a choice because I'm like, well, what if my opinion changes? What if there's something else that takes something's place? But I think we just accept it like that's a possibility and lists can change overall. But that's another video that I plan to do sometime in the near term, talking about my top 10 shows, which, since you're not a fan of animated stuff, I will say there's a couple that I included on it, so you may not love those ones. So here we have to activate this bridge to get across. There's Covenant all over here. You can kind of speedrun and jump up there, but I'll probably just go the normal path and just leave the Warthog here and go try to fight these elites. Yeah, it's a little dark in here. Hopefully, it looks like it's coming up okay on the feed, but that's one thing I will say about the older graphics is, like, this is the newer ones. It's so much easier to see stuff. Maybe I'll throw on the new graphics here for a few parts, just to give some kind of reference of looks. But I feel like the environments, there's so much more like bright, vibrant, and I kind of think that takes away from, as I said, you can see better, but it makes it seem like a little bit less like eerie and like you're fighting aliens and stuff like that. All right, so a couple elites up here. Let's just throw a grenade and see if we can take him out. All right, he's gone. When I do my list, I'll be doing a top 50, but I need to finish Stranger Things Season 3 before I do it. That's fair. Stranger Things may or may not be on my list. That's one I definitely, that was part of my larger list, I'll say at least, so I was debating where to slot that one in. Obviously, it's not done yet. We talked about this before. I'm gonna include stuff that I haven't watched the entirety of the show. Let's say I only watched like 2 seasons of it. If I really liked it, I'll still include it. But once again, that allows for opinions to change. Like, I didn't watch Game of Thrones, but I imagine people may have that higher on the list, and then the show ended, and they may like, okay, take that off the list. So if there's something I only watched part of, I will still consider it as far as my list goes. Like on my larger list, I did have Invincible included as well, and that's one, as mentioned, I've only watched season 1, so I can't give a full perspective on, but season 1 was good enough for me to keep that under consideration at least. All right, so now that we activated the bridge, we can cross it here. And if you play this game like with somebody else, you can obviously have you can be in the turret, but if you're not playing with a co-op partner, you pretty much have to be driver
There's new
here.
traffic on the Covenant battle network.
Most like anime,
A
Pixar
lot
cartoons,
more
just
crew
not
made
me.
it off the Ottoman
That's
I
fair.
had predicted. The captain really
Totally
gave them
get it.
hell.
I think a lot of times, though, the stories that you can tell in animation, I think it's even more impressive if an animated story you can really get emotion out of, because they're not real people. Like, but I feel like they do such a good job of you caring about these characters, even if they're not like humans. They'll have like some animated object, and it'll make you care about the character enough. Like I mentioned this one earlier, but if you haven't watched Up as a Pixar film, like that's a hit movie that hits hard. Like that would, if I ever ranked Pixar films, that would probably be high on the list, because just the story of that and the character development, I feel is super strong. It's funny, it's like sad, it kind of covers all spectrums. Right? I get kind of turned around here sometimes, but you can go to 3 different locations, I believe, here. I'm about to flip this one off, because there's 3 spots we have to go rescue the Marines at. I think it's up here to the left. Yeah, here's one of them up here. I hear Up is good. Yeah, it's pretty amazing, I'll say. The story there, like as I said, even in the beginning of the movie, it hits you hard. And if an animated film could be like, wow, that was a deep story, then I think they're doing a lot of stuff right. So we'll probably just park this right here and go. So pretty much here, the Marines are inside this building, and the Covenant are all on the outside. So we're just gonna run in here. I don't think it should be too bad on normal. Here's what I'll show. So here's the plasma pistol, another weapon that you can roll as, and we'll switch back to old graphics here. So this is, a lot of people use this weapon because you can just blast a lot fast like that, or you can charge it up and do that. So it's pretty effective, although unlike the regular human weapons, it doesn't have ammo, it has like a battery that you can see in the top left. So when that runs out, you have to switch it out. So these Marines are down here, we have to come rescue. I am glad I did play this, as I said, on Legendary recently, just because I'm able to share the story probably a little bit better. Alright, so now that we came down here, let's get them out of here. Stranger Things should be as high as 6, or close to 20. Yeah, that's kind of how I felt too. Honestly, I think I had it higher on my current list than I necessarily thought I would. But it's hard, like, picking your 10 favorite shows of all time. Because if it's on that list, it's like, I really vouch for this. And I'm like, oh. Stranger Things, like, you've hit a lot of marks for me. Like, you have the whole, like, kids on bikes thing, which so many shows and movies have done since then. Although they weren't the first, I guess. Like, there's plenty that have done it previously. They kind of brought it back, obviously, a little bit. And made it more popular again. But where's this guy? Oh, there he is. Okay, we got a couple people still down here. So pretty much you have to clear out these guys too. And that's why a lot of people kill the Marines, because if you do that, then you don't have to clear everything, because there's nobody to save at that point. But yeah, Stranger Things, I feel like just has a good like environment to it. Like I'm thinking of, I don't know if you watched Super 8, which was an okay movie, but it kind of had the same vibe where it's like kids on bikes with like the nostalgia of like them making movies and stuff like that. So it's very hitting home for like, yeah, like how some people like grew up, I would say.
One near a rock slide, and another near the head of the river. Hard to see from my altitude, but it looks like there are more survivors.
Right, so the Pelicans once again coming in to grab these Marines that we saved. It's also, as I kind of mentioned this earlier, but when I was talking about how far you progressed in the show, but it's so hard to judge a show sometimes when you didn't like maybe a small part. Like Dexter, we've talked about plenty, obviously, but a lot of people don't like how that show ended. But does that negate, 7 seasons that you really did like? Hard to say. It's kind of by person, I would say. I also, when I did my list, I viewed if there's like a franchise, but there's different series in it, I'm only planning to look at like that series. Thinking about Dexter, for example, if I'm ranking Dexter, I'm not including New Blood in it. And I think it's okay to do both versions of how you approach it, but I'm thinking of New Blood as a separate series. I'm thinking of Original Sin as a separate series. So if I talk about Dexter, I'm talking about the original 8 seasons, as opposed to, you know, other series in the franchise that complete the story. So that's kind of my plan for how I would approach it, is talking about, if it's called something different in a different show, even if it's within the same universe, I'm not lumping it in together. Kind of like, oh, I almost hit that guy. Kind of like how Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul are in the same universe, but they're treated separately. But I feel like because they're named different and have different main characters, it's probably more obvious that those are separate. I need to grab the sniper. What am I doing? They may land before I grab it, but I think that's okay. So the sniper and the regular pistol are kind of a crazy good combo. So they're going to land. I actually may park this right where they're going to land almost. But normally I would go up there in the rocks, but maybe we're okay here. We do have to go start the dialogue, though. I thought we did when we were up there. Alright, guys, I'm here to rescue you. Come on. Hey. Alright, do I have to talk to somebody specific? Where are you guys at? I guess we'll go all the way up here. Maybe okay, I hear the ship coming in now. Yeah, there we go. So Covenant are going to drop in here, and then we have to hold off, and then there's only one more spot that we have to save the Marines. Where did that ship go? Hello? Did I have to do that? Was that tutorial needing to be complete? Alright, guys, what are you, who's your leader I need to talk to here?
Wow, he's taller than I thought. And better looking, too.
Why is it not progressing? I'm a little confused. Hello? Hello? Okay, maybe we'll drive on up there. Oh, there's some Covenant here already. They must have dropped off. So back in the day, okay, how did I miss both those? Back in the day, I played Halo, and my reaction time is not nearly what it used to be in my hand-eye coordination, but I used to be crazy good with the sniper rifle. But one thing I do like about the Halo sniper compared to like modern games is there's no drop-off, so maybe that's unrealistic, but if you shoot wherever you put that little dot, that's where the bullet's going to go, whereas modern games you have to be like, okay, I'm 200 feet out, that's about a, I don't know, whatever dip. Whereas this one, it's like, it shoots exactly where you need to go. Actually, way back in the day when I played this, I had it both on, oh, my little guys definitely died from some grenade. I bought it on Xbox when it originally came out, but afterwards I did pick it up on PC and kind of was a little competitive with it. I played against, I think he was like the top ranked person at the time, and beat him a few times. I was like, okay. So I feel like Halo was a big competitive thing. Halo, and then Halo 2 came out where I actually had Xbox Live and like ranked and stuff like that. Okay, yeah, those guys weren't getting it. Halo 3 I played a little online as well, but I feel like Halo 2 and Halo for PC were more my style. I'll count New Blood with Dexter. Yeah, I could see it making sense, especially since it... Did I hit both those guys with that? Damn. Especially since it was only one season, it's kind of weird to maybe isolate it, but I don't know if I'm just doing that because I'm like not a fan of New Blood and I don't want to like say I like Dexter as much as I do if New Blood's included, but would you count Original Sin in there as well, or would you say maybe because Michael C. Hall is not in it as Dexter, that would be different? 'Cause that's kind of the challenge you run into, is where you make that cutoff. Most shows have, that's true. Especially endings, like, I feel like that's the hardest thing for a show to get right is how you close it out. Because you kind of have that balance where there's fans of the show, they want to watch more of it, but also you need to end it at some point. So how do you do that in a satisfying way? And a lot of shows struggle with it. Like, I don't think of something like Saw where this keeps slipping over. Where it's like, I want more of it, but I also don't want it to be bad, so that kind of stretch out probably more than it should have with some of the movies. I talked about it before, but like How I Met Your Mother's another one that comes to mind that I really liked. As far as a like,
Showtime!
It's not really, it kind of is a sitcom, but not completely, where there's like comedy obviously involved, and the way they ended that show, I was like, oh, you gotta be kidding me. All those shows kind of ended around the same time, like Breaking Bad, Dexter, I Met Your Mother, all around like what, 12 years ago at this point, I would say. But they, I need to wait for them to take off. Okay. I feel like the way you end it's so hard to do. Because you're done with it, so you have to make it so it's satisfying. But I don't know, I feel like we can talk about Sinners a little bit. I feel like Sinners pulled a Breaking Bad as far as the ending of that one. When you had Smoke in his ending, but you kind of had the same like final stand, like a Walter White type thing there. That movie also, not to go on a big tangent, reminded me, if anyone has played Mafia 3 with Lincoln Clay as the main character, it kind of felt similar to that. As far as the ending of that movie, where you have like the protagonists take out this large group of people with like, all these guns.
Back me up!
Where these guys are up in the hills, I think, right? Up here.
Come on!
This is the last group that we need to save. So pretty much we just need to defeat the Covenant here, and then we are good to go.
Whoa!
So as mentioned, these guys have the plasma pistol. If you're playing on a harder difficulty, these jackals are such a pain with the pistol because they can hit you with that one charged up thing, and your shield is just gone, and that just melts you so bad. Breaking Bad, the OG Dexter series, and yeah, I remember that. And that, I feel like that's probably, it's kind of like when a bad game, or even movies, I guess too, comes out at the same time as some like heavy hitter one. I feel like it steals the thunder and makes the other one look so bad if you don't like nail the ending. Like I remember watching both those. I know they came out at the same time. I'm trying to remember, did I watch Breaking Bad as it released? I don't remember for sure, but I do remember they came out at the same time as far as how they ended. And there was so much praise for Breaking Bad, and Dexter just looked so bad. So I think that didn't help people's perception. Obviously, they also kind of just did Dead Dirty and made an unrealistic ending with like the hurricane thing, but I think was a comparison is The Thief of Joy. I feel like that was kind of an example of what happened with the ending of Dexter, because I didn't like it when it first came out, but upon rewatching like years later, I'm like, you know what, it's fine. But I think it coming out when Breaking Bad came out, and Breaking Bad is not one of my favorite shows of all time, but their ending is probably, it's hard to argue that it's not the best ending of all time TV show. Alright, here's the last group that we are getting delivered, and then the level is complete. So I don't know how many levels we'll do. This is level 2. There's 10 total levels in a level. Alright, so we gotta get on this time actually.
There's our ride. Get aboard.
We got on the Pelican, and level's over. I watched the second half of the final season of Breaking Bad as it aired. Yeah, most of the shows I feel like, well, it depends what it is, but Dexter's one that I came on mid-show, but once I was on, then I was watching live, so I think seasons 1 through 4 I watched, and then season 5 I watched live. I think that was the order of things. Which obviously that was a wild wait a lot of people had when after season 4 to season 5. But that's when I joined kind of like mid show being released. So I've kind of done a mix of stuff where I'm like, hey, I'm going to go back and visit this versus like, oh, it's coming out now live, which I'll probably try to do better at having the channel and things like that. I'll probably do better at watching stuff as it comes out if it seems relevant.
Once we get
But
inside the ship,
like
make
you,
sure
for
to
example, although
lock onto
Netflix
the
is kind of a
password
challenge
for
because
Captain Key's neural implants.
although they've stretched things out more than they used to, like season 5 of You dropped all 10 episodes at once, so I was like, okay,
Should be able to recon the
it's harder to
position
review.
without
Obviously, I'm not
being
going to do an episode by episode
I've
review
detected
of that one
Covenant
because
stationary guns near the next
it's all
pass.
out, so I don't feel
I
like
recommend
it's
using your
as
sniper
similar
rifle
as
to
when
take
you
out
have
the
like
gunners
weekly
while I call for
releases.
Marine support.
Get ready to move into
But that's
support,
harder to
Sergeant.
do like a
The
review as it
Master
comes out
Chief is
live,
going to
probably.
covertly
Alright,
take
we'll
out as
throw
many
a
of the
night vision
Covenant
on
as
for
he
the
can.
sniper here.
Don't open fire
I made the
until
mistake when I played this
enemy
game on Legendary.
Let us keep the element of surprise.
If you run out of sniper ammo, you should keep it because you can still put more ammo in your gun later. But I dropped it and I regretted it because you kind of need it later on, especially on harder difficulties. So pretty much what's happening here is the Covenant have captured Captain Keyes, the guy we saw at the first level, and we need to rescue him ultimately. So we're kind of invading them now in this level. I didn't start watching Dexter until August of 2014. Surprisingly, nothing was spoiled for me. Okay, so yeah, that was after
Alert.
the show
A
completed.
Covenant is making a run for that stationary gun. Take it out.
Wait.
Let him have it! Oh.
Right? Or I'm trying to think. It ended 2013 or 14. Because the 5 was out in 2009, I think. 6 would have been out in 2010, 7. It was either 2013 or 14 when the show ended, I think. But so it sounds like you pretty much watched it when it was already over. I am just eating bullets here. Here's maybe a section. See, it's so much brighter here. I'll keep it on the dark, as long as people can see it. Well, now we'll throw this one on just to get more visibility and show some variety of the game, even if it's not the original version that I prefer. But yeah, I feel like that's kind of the nice part when you find a show that you really like. Being able to watch it and have it all be complete is nice. But review purposes, it's a little harder because you're like, how do I chop this up into reviews?
Stop. Motion tracker shows movement around.
Yeah, and in 2013, yeah, it's with 2013. Yeah, I remember watching that and not being a fan of how they wound up ending things, but you see the sniper looks different too here in these different graphics. I prefer weekly releases instead of... Yeah, I think I do. Well, it depends. As I said, if I'm reviewing it... like I just jumped off the cliff there. If I'm reviewing it, I think I prefer weekly because it gives kind of a good structure to me reviewing it, so I don't have to like make a choice on do I binge this all at once or how do I approach it. But if I'm just trying to consume it, I don't know. Maybe sometimes it depends on like what the show is. Like, I don't watch a whole lot of it, but if I'm thinking like reality TV, stuff like that, I feel like it's better with binge because... How did I lose all my health there? We might die here. What did I catch a grenade? I think there's a helipad over here, wasn't there? Yeah. So I think I balance between the two, liking one format or the other. It makes it... I think it keeps you like from indulging too much, so I think it's probably good, even if I don't always prefer it. At least Hannah's alive. That is true. That's kind of my point, is that I don't want to try to skew things, but I think keeping Dexter without new blood makes it... Honestly, if this isn't obvious already, like I'm gonna rate it higher without new blood, but I don't know. It's definitely... I feel like a lot of people still hate the original ending more than New Blood's ending, but I don't know why. And I don't even care that they temporarily killed Dexter, but just the way they sloppily did it with Harrison and stuff. hopefully, I'm really hoping that in Resurrection, Harrison is more of a likable character because I feel like, was it Jack Alcott, the actor? I think he did a good job. They just didn't give him a whole lot to work with, and I would like if they made him a more like preferable character to include. Night vision on new graphics is almost like harder to see.
Alert! Covenant dropships are inbound.
But yeah, the whole Hannah treatment was definitely not great. I will say for sure. You would think with all the actors they're bringing in for Resurrection, you think Hannah could have been one of them. I assume you would strongly prefer if they made it a really silly reason. Would you still want Hannah back? Like, what if it's like, I don't know. Obviously, she could like fake her death and still be around because it's not like she hasn't like surprised us with being back before. But do you, if it's a really poorly done reason why she's back, I assume you'd still say, yeah, I'll bring her back.
We're directly under the ship now.
All right, so here we're invading right underneath. I mean, she just said it, but we're right underneath where the ship is. And if you're trying to speed run this part or just do it efficiently, when you have only I think one enemy left alive, okay, we got blown up there. When you only have one enemy left alive, they start dropping in from the ship in different like waves, and the strategy kind of, as you're trying to do it quickly, is just throw grenades over and over again at this like little teleporter thing, because they pretty much land and get blown up right as they land. Yeah, this assault rifle, as cool as it is, I feel like it's such a poor performer compared to pretty much. Wow, that grenade, like the range on some of these grenades is a lot more than I expected it to be. All right, so here's where we gotta start. Well, I think this drops in first before we get that middle section. You gonna get in there? He's gonna try to get in that seat. Alright, so here is where you can just repeatedly kind of throw grenades, except I was way late on that. But it should be okay on normal either way, just fighting them like we normally would. Did they dodge that? Somehow I missed like all of them with that grenade throw. Admittedly, I'm not the best at that strategy, but it's pretty much how you do it quickly. Alright, how many do we have left? 3? Why does it take so long? Okay, we picked up a needler, which is kind of as bad. Let's grab your plasma pistol. He just hit me with that plasma pistol charge up that my shields are completely down. I wonder if the grenade duration of how long it takes to blow up is different on new graphics, because there are a lot of things that gameplay and visually can want to be different. Okay, did I throw that too soon? Is there still 2 people alive somewhere? Oh, checkpoint, I guess. The hunter's coming down, so I think the hunters are coming down now. These guys are pretty easy to kill if you just hit them in like their orange spots, like that. But they're technically like the biggest enemy in this. Just because they have like such an insane missile they can shoot, and then if you get close, they can like combat you, but you just have to hit them. Primarily their back has the spot, like right there. Alright, so I think we're gonna get up in the ship now. So we're, as I said, trying to save Captain Keyes. So we're going up in the ship. Hannah's coming back. She's not dead. I mean,
Cortana to Echo 419.
I wouldn't hate it, but
Ground lift and are ready for reinforcements.
do you actually think so, or is that just wishful thinking? Because we all know that
Hold tight, gentlemen.
the people in charge of the show now may not be as big of
Once
fans
we're
of the
inside
back
the
end
ship,
of the
I
original
can
series.
home in
But
on the captain's command neural interface.
I
They'll
wouldn't
probably
be opposed
be
to it,
in
but
or
I don't know
near
if the
ship's
people
rig
that are in
for
charge
neural
now
research.
really love that
Echo
idea.
419 inbound. Clear the drop zone.
It does look like I'm a little bit pixely with the live stream. Maybe that'd be the YouTube thing I mentioned where it's like, your resolution's not what it should be. So maybe I'll need to be mindful of changing that in the future. Probably keep it as is for now, but I don't think I can change that midstream.
We're in. I've got a good lock on the
Yeah, I look a
captain's
little
C9
pixely, I
transponder.
think, but that's alright.
No Covenant defenses detected.
What? There's no covenant.
Okay, so we have to pretty much hold off in this room, and there's a way to bypass this whole level by doing some like cheat where you get inside of this thing that's called a wraith, and you pretty much go to the ceiling and like jump through the whole level. Okay, I need to save these people from getting killed by these guys. They have energy swords, which is pretty much just like a one-hit kill, which is kind of a pain to deal with. Pretty much will just kill all the Marines if you don't take them out ahead of time. There's a cloak right there, which we'll probably wait to grab. Yeah, I'm a little pixely. I wonder if I change that midstream, if that's like actually possible. Not sure. Maybe after this fight, we'll take a look briefly.
See, they're not so tough. Damn skippy.
I'll swap out pistols here. Truthfully, I don't think Hannah's coming back at all because Clive Phillips. Yeah. Yeah, I would agree that. What's her name? I'm gonna butcher the pronunciation, but Yvonne Stromsky or something like that is her name. I don't know if I've seen her in a whole lot outside of Dexter. Okay, you don't have to fight these guys, but I think there's two elites or two hunters here typically. Unless maybe they're not on the lighter difficulties. Maybe they're not. Alright, let me look real quick at settings. I don't want to break everything. But let me see. Yeah, I don't think I can change it. Well, yeah, it's currently active. Alright, so we'll just deal with it for now. I may be because my internet speeds, I think I've mentioned before. But hopefully JDev, my camera doesn't look too choppy for you, but feels like it's not coming in necessarily at 4K, I would say. So maybe I need to be mindful of my internet or whatever it is, limitations to do live streaming. Okay, did not stick him at all. So if anyone hasn't played the game, these alien grenades, if you throw and you hit somebody with it, it like attaches to their body and it's pretty much an insta kill. Alright, I think there's gonna be a guy. Alright, we're gonna switch back to old graphics. Well, that looks so much different. She's in the Tomorrow War, which I also really like Crash Prep movie on Prime. Okay. Maybe I'll check that out at some point. As I mentioned, I've only really had Prime when I did like the free trial. Wow, this room's way darker. So I don't actively use Prime, but I'll have to keep that one in mind.
That's the lock door down there. The Marines are waiting on the
Alright, here's another spot where you can like speed run to like go jump down and just like go through a room if there's a Covenant person by it to kind of open the door for you. But we're just gonna go through and fight these waves of enemies normally. Strongly recommend Tomorrow War. Okay. I probably, since I'm not actively using Prime, I probably won't watch it in the near term, but maybe at some point, and if it's on something else, maybe that'll make it a little easier too. Okay, you were soft-armed that one. Does look like the game at least is coming in decent quality. I don't know about the camera, but... Okay, so here, that's the way to go, but there's this to let the Marines in the room. It's a Prime exclusive. Well, we're probably not watching that for a little bit. I will keep that on the radar for at some point if I do want to watch more Invincible, more The Boys, more The Legend of Vox Machina on Prime at some point, so maybe if I return for a month, that's one to put on a list for me. Alright, so let these guys in. Alright, this door... Oh, I need to still kill out some people in here.
That was me, my bad.
Watch it! Come on, keep it up! Drag out!
Okay. Now we
Push
can go
him
through this
out.
door.
Clear, sir.
We should get moving.
All right, everybody stay cool. Yell if you see anything. Does anyone see it?
I think I've mentioned this Jada before too, that I think the when I typically do streaming stuff, I'm definitely a proponent of like bouncing between. That's mainly why I haven't watched. If something comes out on Amazon, I probably won't watch it. Or I know I could do a trial with it, but like Apple, I've heard like amazing things about Severance, but I'm probably not gonna wind up watching that one until maybe I'll do a trial at some point. I just realized I never grabbed that cloak back in that first round. So we're just kind of clearing out waves. We need to get to the top. Once again, you can do like a grenade jump to like cheat your way to the top here, but we're just gonna fight the waves of enemies. Are they all over here? Some of them are kind of annoyingly on the second floor, which is why this room is kind of critical to have the sniper on harder levels, because I had to do it without it, and it's hard to kill like people up there without having this available. She's hiding right there.
There's more where that came from. Keep it up!
Still something up there. Yeah,
Hey,
it is.
which way should we go now? All the doors on this level are locked. Wait a moment.
Let me check real quick too. I'll switch, see what YouTube says. I'll look at their little widget thing here real quick. Yeah, it's pretty much just telling me the resolution is not great. But probably Maybe next stream I'll try it in a lower resolution. I would like to do 4K, but maybe we need to be mindful of limitations.
You better hurry, Cortana. We can't hold them off all day. Working on it.
Alright, so this guy.
Fire in the hole! Firing!
Okay, the hunters are here.
Covering fire! Cut it out! Get clear!
So those guys are like massive, but they're just, if you know where to hit them in that orange spot in their back, it gets pretty easy to defeat them. Especially if you have a sniper rifle, that's kind of huge for that. Alright, we'll grab this over shield and let's move on.
This way, this way!
The grunts are so goofy when you like listen to their dialogue. Like he was like, "Run away!" All right, we have a cloaked elite. All right, where are you going, guy? Somehow, how did you hide around that corner? Okay, we'll try to just no scope you here. We came through. Okay, here we go. Wait, no, we came from this way. That's what I thought. Down this hallway? Yeah. Where did you guys come from?
Do something for me, huh? You're all dead!
It cleared up a little bit. Still kind of pixely though. Just grenade them. The scary part with throwing grenades sometimes is if there's grenades on the ground, they'll all blow up too, so you gotta be careful with making it too crazy with explosives.
Whoa! You can't hide from me!
Sorry, I'm a little bummed. It feels like the camera quality is not super great.
Not again!
I'm curious if I do lower the resolution. That'll help things for next time. Alright, so now we're on the top floor. So finally going to be approaching Captain Keyes here. I think this is actually where we end the level, technically. Alright, so they're coming from all the doors here.
Want some more?
I have one Marine following me.
Yikes! Careful, could be anywhere.
think, yeah. Grab maybe some ammo. I don't really need the sniper anymore at this point, but we have it. Oh, I should have come in here way more stealthy. This guy can be a problem on harder difficulties. Hello. As I said, he hits you with that shield. I'm pretty sure even on normal it's a one hit KO. Normally you would do this room a little slower. Cruising through until we find the holding cells where Captain Keyes is at, which is down here, then to the left, I believe.
We must be in the brig. These look like holding cells. There are probably
This is the room next to the one that has keys.
The captain must be in one of them. We need to keep looking for him.
Yeah, it could be. Let's see. Or does this one actually have keys in it? Okay, yeah, this is the one, the room next to the room that has keys. So let's just grab this cloak now. Why not? There's not a reason not to grab it. Okay, is it down this hallway until why am I getting turned around in here? So that was it. I thought the oh, here we go, and then it's to the right up here. So there's 3 cloaked elites here, which I just kind of woke them all up. Right. Okay, let's throw a grenade at a closed door. The dude with the plasma sword is really the one you need to be afraid of. Which in this game you cannot use the plasma sword. They give you that ability in later games. But I'm low on health here. Alright, I need to not mess with. Okay, he keeps hopping around the corner. Let's try to heal our shields before we finish this guy. There we go. Cool. I think it's the next room that has an overshield maybe, but so we're gonna let Captain Keyes out now.
Cavalry.
Oh, he wasn't. That was one of the Marines.
Coming here was reckless. You two know better than this. Thanks. Marines, lock and load your weapons. Let's be ready to move.
Okay, yes, sir.
While the Covenant had us locked up in here, I overheard the guards talking about this ring world. They call it Halo.
One moment, sir. Accessing the Covenant BattleNet.
So while captive, Captain Keyes got some more information on Halo as far as what it does and the importance to the Covenant, the alien race.
If I'm analyzing this correctly, they believe that Halo is some kind of
Yeah, it must be internet speeds I have dealing with, because it looks clear now, but then a little grainy later on, so I think that's probably the issue.
The Covenant kept saying that whoever controls Halo controls the fate of the universe.
Now I see. I have intercepted a number of messages about a Covenant search team scouting for a control room. I thought they were looking for the bridge of a cruiser that I damaged during the battle above the ring. But they must be looking for Halo's control room.
Yep.
That's bad news. If Halo is a weapon, and the Covenant gain control of it, they'll use it against us and wipe out the entire human race. Chief, Cortana, I have a new mission for you. We need to beat the Covenant to Halo's control room. Marines, let's move.
Yes, sir.
Okay, sir.
Chief, you have the
So
point.
Captain Keyes just grabbed the Needler, and we need to get out now. So we saved him. It's time to bail. We don't have really a good way of getting out, so you'll see kind of the
We
method
should
we
head
want to
back
go
to the
with.
shuttle bay and call
All right,
for
so when
evac.
this opens, there's going to be a couple of elites, so I'm going to wait. Now, I stuck one of them. I think I'm going to drop the, grab the plasma rifle, the weapon that the elites are using. And this can be hard on okay, get out of the way, guys. On harder difficulties, because at this point you have to keep Captain Keyes alive. So kind of the goal is to stay ahead of the group so that he doesn't accidentally get blown up by a grenade.
Bastard!
So that's kind of your strategy you need to follow, keeping him alive. Just sticking ahead, clearing out rooms. Am I going the right way? I think so. Maybe. Are you guys still following me? I don't know if I'm actually going the right way. Is it to the right up here? Yeah. Okay, so this is back in that room I cleared out, but we have more elites with the swords again. That's the thing with plasma guns too, they can like overcharge and then you have to wait for them to charge back up, so they can be risky to use if you're trying to just spam attacks.
And I'm having a tough time shaking them. You'll be better off finding your own ride. Sorry. Acknowledged, Foehammer. Cortana out.
Air support is cut off, Captain. We need to hold here until she can move in.
Oh man, we're trapped in here. We're screwed. We're screwed, man.
So these doors are going to open.
Stow
You
the
kind of want to
belly
keep
up,
Captain Keyes
soldier.
back to
Remember,
this
you're a
area,
redneck. Cortana,
because grenades
if you
can
and
get
the chief
thrown and
get
he
us
can
into
die
one
that
of
way,
those
but
Covenant dropships,
not a
I
big
can
issue
fly
for us
us out
here.
of here.
Yes, Captain. There's a Covenant dropship still docked.
So just grenade it. Actually, the level ends here too. If you did one of those grenade jumps I mentioned earlier, the level kind of like breaks. It just thinks you're at the end of it right here. But either way, we just go into that spot and then it closes out. So not really that much longer either way. You just go up in here and hit this button. Get out of here, or pick up a needler, and then a few seconds it ends the level here. I think we did it, right? Yeah, there we go. So that's the end of level 3 here.
Dropship is loose.
Everybody, mount up. Let's get on board.
Give me a minute to interface with the ship's controls.
No need. I'll take this bird out myself.
So we're hijacking one of the Covenant ships here, trying to escape with that, and we kind of crash it into some of the enemies. Feels like a horrible idea if you're trying to take out those hunters. Let's just crash the ship we're trying to leave into them. Not sure that's the best approach, but apparently it didn't damage it too much because we're taking off with it now. And we have saved Captain Keyes. This is another great. This is like the iconic Halo music too. It's just like beat to it is so great.
The Covenant
So now we're
believe that what they
looking
call the
for
silent
more information
cartographer
on
is somewhere
Halo
under this
that
island.
Captain Keyes
The
found.
cartographer is a map room that will lead us to Halo's control center. The island has multiple structures and installations. One of them contains the map room.
We're approaching the LZ. It's gonna be hot. Get set to cut
Alright, I
out
may
the
pause it here to grab some water real quick. I'm gonna keep playing, but may hit pause real quick here and just jump and grab some water. I'll be 1 second. All right, 1 sec. Here we go. we are back. Appreciate that. Just figured I'd take a quick break. Doesn't hurt to get up to. I know last few live streams I've done playing Slay the Spire, I'm like, I was just chilling for hours in a row. So we will jump back in. So this is the Silent Cartographer. So once again, we're trying to land here and pretty much find the key to using Halo, the effectiveness of it as a weapon that the Coven are trying to do. So yeah, that's pretty much the gist of this level. Kind of a unique part of this level is that actually, when I played it recently, I didn't play it normally, so this will be interesting. I'll probably try to play normally here, but if you go this direction after landing, you can kind of bypass a lot of stuff instead of doing this whole fight. So I have not actually done it normally in 20 years, so we'll see how well it goes. Hopefully I don't forget too much of what goes on here. As I said, the assault rifle, it just feels not great. It's not as bad as in, I think, Halo 2, where you get like the SMG, and they really nerfed the pistol in Halo 2 also. But it's nice that we get the regular pistol back for this level, because the entire last level, the regular human pistol is not available even, so. Alright, do we drop a Warthog here? Is that the gist? Because as I said, if you typically go the other direction, there's already a Warthog there for you to grab. So I haven't done this normal way to play the game in a long time. Alright, so they're going to drop that. We're going to drive that ultimately. Let's top in, grab some Marines, maybe? Yeah.
It's showtime!
Okay, let's move out.
Let's roll.
Let's go find the map room that will show us the location of Halo's control center.
Do we even have to do a lot of this fighting? Because I imagine if we go the same, like if we went the other direction, you get one part of the island. I think if we go this way, we just get to the same spot. Just flipped around. Yeah, so that's typically the direction we would be coming from. But this way, we'll go here. And there's another way to do a fast run here, actually. If you, I'm not going to do it, probably. I'll kind of show what it's like. Oh, no. Oh, thankfully we dodged that. But you can drive the Warthog down here, and I'm not going to do it because I'm going to not even be able to, if I'm being honest, but if you go down here, you can jam the Warthog into this door. Okay, I'm already slow. And you can, like, get through this door by throwing yourself, like, there through the door, because if you go down here, it's now locked, so now you can't get in there, and you have to get this door unlocked. But okay, we lost a human, unfortunately. But if you throw yourself through, you can get through the door without having to unlock it. So I did that last time once again, so kind of we'll have to play it by ear as far as the normal way to play this level. These guys still defeat any of these people. Just maybe drive through here and hope the gunner can kill a lot. Leave you there. Okay, it sounded like he died. Don't love that.
Echo 419 to ground team. I'll stay on station and keep an eye out for Covenant focus. Second squad, ready to roll. Move everybody topside. LZ looks secure, sir. Nothing.
All right.
Good luck, people. He's out.
Find the security override to get this door open.
I wonder, actually, could I change? That may be a mistake to try to do mid-stream. If I change my resolution of my camera, I'm curious to see what that would do. If that would take effect immediately or not. Yeah, we're not gonna mess with that right now. We'll deal with it and then we'll adjust it in the future. Okay, this I need to remember where to go now because That was apparently closed off. Do we just go left here then instead? Because that door is locked, so... I imagine there has to be some point of that side of the map where you find that warthog, so... Let's maybe drive over there and see if we have to do something to unlock that door now. So yeah, if you went the other way from the start of the map, you just run here.
It looks like there is a path into the interior of the island.
Interesting. Is there a better... Okay, I can't get a sniper. Can I just drive the warthog through this, or is this going to be like slow and painful and crash into everything? Apparently, yes, that is going to happen, but we're kind of committed. Okay, it's not. We're just going to go. We're going to book it. I did not do any of this last time because of that being able to get the door. So interesting to do it this time around. And the next level I feel like is one of the... Okay, I did not face any of these hunters, which I do remember this back in the day, so it makes sense why I didn't encounter it on replay. Okay, we didn't really dodge you. You up. Grab that over shield. Do we like go down in there? I feel like. I didn't fight any of these people when I did this most recently. Like, this whole section was just not necessary. This doesn't feel like the way to go, but we'll go this way. Actually, I think it is. We're probably gonna go over here and like hit a button to open that door after this. Or is this just the alternate way? I think this is the alternate way in here. Alright, can I... Probably I'm super bad at like toroing him to not hit me.
Use the hollow panel to shut down the security system.
So maybe that door is open now? Yeah.
Good. That should
So
open
you
the
save a
door that
lot
leads
by
into
just
the main
running through
shaft.
there.
Mayday! Mayday! Dropship Bravo 22 taking enemy fire! Repeat, we are under heavy fire and are losing altitude!
Understood. We're on our way.
Just invisible guy run around.
Bravo 22 was bringing us some heavy weapons. After I saw we were up against hunters, I thought you could use them. Let's move down the beach. Keep an eye out for any cargo we can salvage.
Don't think I need to jump that way to get down. Can we go down the other side, though? Right? Because we have to be able to get down there, I think. Okay, that was a little bit steep. Okay, we made it. Another warthog? Third time? Rocket launcher? Okay. You'll take that. I don't think I even got one this level because we didn't do that previously. Well, against my better judgment, we will, I may try to swap the camera stuff. It's probably horrible to stream while you're, like, tinkering and making changes, but I do feel like it looks a little grainy on my camera. I'll try to check that out real quick. See, it looks fine on my side, but the upload looks so grainy, I feel like. Let me check this out. I feel like if I change that, it's going to break the size of my image, though. So there's that. Let me change this real quick and do some real-time manipulations. Okay, that made that look super goofy. Does that look clear, though? I can't tell if that actually looks clear. Maybe it does not, so maybe it's not actually helpful. These are really odd resolution options. What if we pick you? How much like worse is that gonna look? Where did the image even go? Hello? Where did my camera image go? It's just gone. Yeah, maybe we'll just stick back to going. We'll just stick with the choppy 4K for now. I guarantee I'm going to mess with it a few more times as we play this, but we will keep it as far as gameplay goes for now. But if anyone hops in and they say the camera's like super rough, let me know and I'll try to make changes. Okay, we need to go back to where we were the first time, which is either left or right, not positive. Is this where we started the level the first time? Yeah, because here's the flipped warthog, so it's this way. But yeah, I apologize for the live tinkering, but I do feel like it looks a little choppy and I should probably adjust it. But I'm not even sure if I change the camera quality if is that a hunter? Yes it is. Okay, we need to hurry up. I'm just gonna get out right here. If it'll actually change the quality of the stream. Because, I mean, the stream looks a little laggy, too, with the gameplay, so who knows. Alright, there's an elite around here that had the sword. Is he still over here? Alright, another trick you can do. I'm not going to do it, but if you jump down this, like, cliff, you can land down below without having to go down the various levels. But we're not going to do that. But if you did want to, here's where you do it, and you like slide and land down there. But we're not speed running today. We're just playing through the game normally. So I'll just run through it over here. Okay. Maybe I didn't need a rocket launcher. That feels like a little overkill. I don't think I've actually played through this part because, as I said, I even skipped this last time. Alright, stuck him. Love that. Is there someone up top? Yep. Alright, so we need to go down pretty much to try to find the key to Halo. Yeah, that's kind of what we're doing now. We're going into the core. I'll actually use you because I don't know what else I'm going to use you for, honestly. We'll fire at you. That's the other way to take him out if you want to shoot him in the back. Alright, we'll keep going down. And then we're gonna have to get back out of here too, so we're pretty much gonna backtrack once we get to the bottom here.
Full hammer to ground teams. You've got 2 enemy
Oh,
dropships
didn't want to jump
coming in
there.
fast. Damn it. Okay, people, we got company coming. Let's set the table. Engage enemy forces on site.
So here's where if we jumped down, I mentioned from up top, here's where we would land. So I do know this part now. Kind of.
Chief, you gotta find the cartographer. We'll keep him busy as long as we can.
Give him hell, Marine.
We'll be in a tight spot if we don't get out of here before additional
Trying to drop
reinforcements.
down here.
Let's find that map.
Let's just grab a cloak, I guess. I don't remember grabbing that one previously. Keep going down. Did I just punch you without... Okay, there we go. Okay, I was gonna try to fight the elite, but somehow... Okay, there you are. That was easy. Why would I come out here? Oh, switch graphics. That's so much easier to see. Wow, that is so much easier to see on new graphics. I'll still rock the old ones though. Alright, I did not sick you. That time I did. Okay, my overshield is gone.
There. That
Hit the
hollow
key.
panel should activate the
And
map
here's another
and
part where you
analyze
can
it.
grenade jump crazy up
Halo's
this
control
like
center is
entire
located
path that you
there.
walk down, so
That
you
structure
can
appears
cut
to be
out
some
a
sort
lot
of
of the
temple
level if you
or
wanted
shrine,
to.
if I've interpreted this correctly.
Although this one's pretty hard, you'd have to like stack a lot and like really balance it. The overshield really is what you need to keep you alive, because otherwise that many grenades would actually normally kill you.
The captain has dropped out of contact, Cortana. His ship may be out of range.
Alright, so now we just need to get out of here, and there's gonna be waves of enemies on our way out of here.
And then tell him that the Master Chief and I have determined the location of the control center. We'll be heading there as soon as we're topside.
Affirmative. Full hammer
Okay.
out.
Yeah, the soundtrack to this game is just so good. There should be, I was gonna say, yeah, Jackal's up here. There's like quite a few in this room if I remember. Like, they're kind of a pain on the harder difficulties. Okay, we gotta go up here. Should be more enemies too. That was convenient. Yeah, these dudes with the shields are just so tough to get around. Plasma pistols are really the way to effectively do it. If I was smart, I would have been using that instead of a rocket launcher. Oh yeah, it's that way. Yeah, dude, this, I said it already, but the soundtrack it just totally slaps for this game. So we are climbing out of here. Oh, just use that. Why not? We have a rocket launcher. There's also, I forgot exactly what it is, but there's a way to like reload super quickly. If you like switch guns and stuff, it's like a kind of a hack to reload a little bit faster. No way, yeah, these guys are so goofy. Okay, so we're almost back out of here. Wait. Go the right way. Yeah, I thought it was up those stairs right there. Oh, we're out here. Yeah, here we go, right. Okay, the guy with the sword, he's back. How did you survive that? I'm rather impressed. Really wish I could grab that energy sword right now, but we cannot. Is there really a point to grabbing the Warthog? Pretty much there's a lot of elites here that you just need to defeat in order to finish the level. And apparently some punchers. Dodged for once. Okay, we got other guys coming. There you go. Alright, so now we just get on the Pelican and we are out of here. Level complete.
Let's get moving. Bowhammer, here are coordinates and a flight plan.
It looks so blurry in some of these shots. YouTube is definitely right with the resolution being a little goofy.
Scan. And my analysis shows that Halo is honeycombed with deep tunnels, which circle the whole ring.
I hope your analysis is on the money, Cortana. This Pelican won't turn on a dime.
Look on the bright side.
Alright, so now we've gotten off.
The last thing the Covenant will expect is an aerial
This next
insurgence
level is probably,
from underground.
lore-wise, one of my favorites, I'll say. A lot of the later levels aren't as strong, in my opinion. The ending of the game is awesome, but this next one, I feel like was a surprise for a lot of people playing it the first time. So I think there's probably a lot of reaction videos for it. I would have been I don't know if I remember that being down there.
This is as far as I can go.
Roger that. We'll be able to find our way to the control center from here.
Good luck. Bowhammer.
Actually, no, this is not the level. It's the next one. My bad. Remind me of the name of this one. Is it not? Yeah, Assault on the Control Room. Yeah, it's after this level. This one's not bad too, though. That's what happens when you have grenades, blow up grenades. Let's do it. Let's be honest. Let's switch to this. You hiding guy, come on. You know, I am gonna try that real quick. Let's see if we can real-time tinker, and this is not going to be the cleanest way to do this, but let's try to make my camera a little bigger, and then maybe that's when we can change resolution, because I think it gets too unseeable when I make it smaller. Let's try that. Where did the camera go entirely? Hello? Why did that just completely vanish, actually? Edit, redo. Okay. Sorry, I just want to make sure that this works, and I probably shouldn't do this real time, but why when I change that, does it immediately like vanish? Okay, now what if we change you and make you a little bigger there? We'll extend you both directions. That already looks a little cleaner, actually. So yeah, maybe we'll do this. Super professional real-time adjustments here, but I think that mostly works. And I think with this camera view, it'll probably be a little bit less choppy. I switched it to, what was it, 2560, which may not be the best answer, but it's a little bit better, I think, when it comes to the actual resolution, because it won't be trying to put out as much as 4K content. So let's try that. I think that looks a little better. We'll see if it stays looking better or if it has problems. It's still a little higher than I think YouTube was recommending, but from what I can tell, it's not choppy anymore. It's obviously less quality of an image, but I think we'll roll with that for now. Okay, cool. Sorry about that. That is what you would call making the plane as you fly it. I guess in this case, making the Pelican for talking Halo terms. I'll just grenade all these guys. Where did that elite go? There you are. Oh, dude, dodged it. Dang. They're very good, especially on the harder difficulties, at like just bob and weaving when you throw a grenade at them. Alright, we'll just go in here. Yeah, it may not be perfect, but I think it's a little bit less choppy as far as trying to achieve higher resolutions.
Than I anticipated. They seem to have the entire region secure.
Well, actually, I say that. That's equally choppy. All right, one sec. We're going to try it one more time, and if it still acts up, we're just going back to 4K. So 1280 maybe. Okay, let's adjust things so it shows more. We are totally just doing this live. All right, put you like right there, right there, right there. I think that's good. If it still looks choppy on this, then we gotta just go back to 4K and just run it and see how that goes. Which I may wind up doing anyway, because the point of this being in 4K is it should work with that resolution. Okay. All right, let's move you up a little bit. It's kind of centered-ish. No, it's not at all. We'll just make you go wider that direction. We'll bring you down a little bit. Undo that, grab you, bring you down a little bit. Okay, I'm going to wind up doing all this, and then we're going to wind up going back to 4K because it's still going to be rough, I imagine. Keep grabbing both the border and the camera. All right, so we'll rock that and see how it looks. Does it still look pixelated? Yeah, a little bit. You know what? Actually, can we just like undo a million times? Gonna try that and see how it goes. All right, I think we're back in 4K. We are. So we're back where we started. We're just going to run with this. Apologies if there's any issues. If there are, that's super bothersome, let me know and I'll make some changes. But we're just going to run with 4K and potentially have some lag. All right, so kind of interesting part here. There's this banshee that comes flying from the left. If you do it right, you can have him get stuck up here and have the pilot die and fall out, and you can take his banshee and pretty much skip the entire level. Not going to do that here today. Should kill these guys though.
I didn't think there were any human forces left on this part of the ring.
Cortana to Fire Team Zulu.
We also
I read
have
you.
that to get rid of.
Fire Team Zulu, this is Cortana. Hold position. We're on our way.
There.
Roger that. Make it quick.
Where's that banshee? Normally there's a banshee that comes flying down. Is there not a banshee on harder to, or on normal? Should be, right? There's no way they would be like different that dramatically. Maybe it is though. Maybe they don't give you banshees this hard on this difficulty. Another way to actually bypass things is if you jump down here. I'm not gonna do it. I'm hopefully not gonna die doing it, but I think once again it's this part. You can slide down and stay alive, and then also bypass a lot of the level. But we're gonna play through it. But I did skip pretty much all of these parts on my recent playthrough. because I did slide down. I didn't do the Banshee one, but I slid down there. Sir? Sir? The, I guess we get to see the plasma or energy sword in action.
The weather patterns here seem natural.
Yeah, it's so weird. The Banshee not coming on this difficulty is odd. I assume that's why. Because normally there's a Banshee that comes in here and you can steal it. But I didn't plan on doing that no matter what, so not a big deal either way.
Cortana to Fireteam Zulu. I read you. Fireteam Zulu.
You would think the Pelican being right there would be like, hey, I'm going to help you on the bridge here.
Roger that. Make it quick.
Where's that elite sword? I'm gonna try. Okay, I just busted through the floor. Here he comes. Okay, fail it, stick to him. Are you just hiding right there? You think I don't know you're there? Your little pest teammates fight on your behalf. Okay, he's definitely just like sitting right there. I know he's there. Like, what are you? We're gonna swap out. What do you think you're doing? Wait, did he? He didn't jump off, did he? Unless he's behind this one. He may have just jumped off because I don't think he came up here. Yeah, I think he just jumped off. All right, that works too. That works too. So we're going down to the control room. I'm a little on the fence on if we wind up just... We'll see how some of the later levels go, but this is level 5 out of 10. Been streaming for a couple hours. We may go pretty far in the game. We'll see. It may fade at some point, but... See, they always like dot. They know when like the grenade's coming. This thing's driving me nuts. Okay, we got hit with the needler in the back anyway. All right, down we go. Down we go. Don't wake people up. We'll just knock them out the old-fashioned way. There we go. Issue? Must have missed that guy. Okay. There's somebody back there. There it is. The sound effects here are like so different from different parts of the game you're playing. Like this is like more of like an exploration type music. Okay, there we go. keep on going. As I said, you skip all the stuff if you wind up doing some of the speedrun options. And now we're at the bottom, which we could have been at. Okay, we have the Wraith over there. Guess we'll go grab the Warthog. I know the Ghost. I think we get a Ghost in this level.
Master Chief, sir! Good to see you!
We'll take that Sniper. Sniper. Okay, you just destroyed that guy. We'll actually take the rocket. Sir. Well, so we won't be taking that Ghost. Can I hit you from over here? Later games like Halo 2, they made lock on for rocket launchers, which was a nice quality of life change, but it's killing me. I'm just gonna shoot and hope he travels that direction. Of course he didn't that time. Alright, I'll just get in the Warthog, even though our teammate is no longer with us now. We'll just drive over there. Don't have anything to shoot at him with because we have no turret guy, but that's alright. We'll just kind of drive on through. Get a nice scenic route. Probably flip over here. There's the tank. The tank was kind of a little janky. I feel like I could accidentally die there because that is still sliding. So you have a machine gun and a rocket in the tank. I think I should probably actually take that Ghost. To be honest. Okay. Can I grab that? Do that actually. Yeah, we're gonna grab this Ghost. Okay, as soon as I do that, all the other vehicles come out. You know what? Let me just jump out and back in somehow. Hello? Let's get in the tank real quick and not, There we go. Okay. Now we will, now we'll take the Ghost. Just because it's like way faster, way more agile. Probably one of the better. The Banshee's not bad too as far as navigation, but the Ghost is probably the best when it comes to functionality in this game, because a lot of the vehicle maneuvering is a little weak. So we gotta hit this button. Maybe I should have kept the tank so effective. Now all these guys are here. We're gonna get out. We're gonna rocket here. I may die here. We'll defeat them. Somehow we took everyone out, but we also still died. I still think I prefer the Ghost, even if it's not as likely to survive. We just get out and use the rocket like we just did.
The Covenant placed their tanks to defend the entrance to the tunnel.
Okay, I'm just gonna fly down here, and then we're gonna get out at the bottom, and then miss. That's part of the strategy. You gotta make sure you do that first. This guy didn't see me. Okay, yeah. I was like, dude, what are you doing? No, I don't want to blow that up. I want that. Fine. I want him to take that. I think these other ones are all blown up, aren't they? Yeah, they are. Dang it. Wait. This one's not. This one's not. I'm gonna take you. Okay, there's a Banshee flying in here. Love that. Love that. Why are you in here still? I don't know if this is normal. Okay, I don't know how you blew up, but that's fine, I guess. Did you try to like shoot a missile right on me? Can't really leave these grunts because they'll get in the turrets, which kind of become a pain if you let them do that. Yeah, I think I skipped a lot of this stuff when I did this more speed run route by jumping down. I don't know if these guys even spawn. I feel like they probably didn't, honestly. There's still a grunt over there somehow. Afraid of you blowing me up, honestly. I should just try to like run you guys over. Maybe get out and just shoot you in the back. Okay. Not the most efficient way to do that, but it is a way to do it. I'm gonna just drop you at this point. And we press on. Didn't want that thing. Alright, I'm gonna take one of their ghosts so it's not as damaged. You can see at the top left the amount of health that your vehicle's got, which pretty much you just die if it blows up. Alright, let's go up here. Let's grab a Banshee. I don't remember. Do we want to go in there? Probably want to go in there. Oh no, don't. Oh no, the Wraith. You got the Wraith. It's take forever to kill otherwise. Probably shouldn't even be messing with this, but we are gonna try to for some reason. He's dead. For some reason I feel like we should go in that middle, but I'm kind of curious if we just keep going. I think down here you go through like these barriers, which I'm not sure if this will fit through. I feel like I normally have like a warthog around here.
Had eliminated all the Marine forces.
Oh shit, sorry guys. Yeah, you go through these like little pillars. Somebody in that? You guys are kind of a pain to deal with when I'm in the vehicle. Unless maybe I just... Yeah, I think here we can just go... grab that cloak, go through here. Do we want to mess with the... Let's grab another rocket launcher, sure. Why not? In case we have like a vehicle we have to deal with, or just right off the bat, the stealthy elite with the energy shield. Alright. Yeah, I've said this a million times on the stream, but the music, I feel like, is so fitting for what's taking place in the level. Like, the atmosphere is just... They kind of hit, like, all the marks in this game. He just crashed a Banshee into me?
We need to get up this bridge.
Did he just crash that Banshee into me? I'm pretty sure. Alright, where is that Banshee? I didn't even see him until he showed up. There it is. Come on, we gotcha. Come on down here. Is there two?
Fire in the hole!
Feels like there's two. Feels like there's one crashed in. Oh, this ghost. Okay.
How'd that feel?
Did I really miss that? Okay, he really wanted to keep that grunt alive, but not gonna happen.
Somebody take that out! Drag out!
I'll just miss, apparently. Come back around? No? This dude is not. Here we go.
I can't fight this thing alone!
Alright, that one should have hit him. He just like completely dodged that. Could just take you out there fashion. This is not a tutorial on how to use the rocket launcher. Clearly, that's can make that obvious. I can show how to use the pistol. There, that was somehow much faster than whiffing with the rockets. You're, dang, sniper guy. I'm impressed. Impressed with that sniping. Alright, we are, I think, near the end of this level. But once again, this level was a lot shorter last time I played it. So, there's that. Alright, thank you. Thank you. Switch over to you. Alright, that'll be easy. Goodbye. The place to advance, I thought, was right. Is it over here? Yeah, down that tunnel. Alright, so we're going down even further here. As I say that, we go up. We're going up even further here. You out. Cuddle up? What is that? I'm assuming it's a melee of some kind. Getting really close to the enemy, maybe? Okay. I should be just using the noob combo. It's like you hit him with one of these and then you switch to like a shot with the pistol forward like that, and then go. If I can actually hit him in the face, that'd be good. Okay. There we go. I took two throws. I think there should be not really any more leads, I would think. There was like 3 or 4 from there. Okay. There we go. Anyone hopping in for the stream, hope you're having a good day, having a good Monday. Appreciate you being here. I mentioned this at the beginning, but if anyone wants to chat anything pop culture related, not even have to be Halo, whether it's movies or anything like that, shows, whatever. Open to do that. I'll just punch every grunt on this bridge while I do that. Yeah, hope everyone's having a good day so far. Just playing through some Halo. Level 5 out of 10 right now. Love that. This is definitely a lot longer when you actually play the level instead of just fly by most of it. Oh, that should have hit your foot. Come on. Kind of distracted him so he couldn't dodge out the way. Guess we'll grab that health. There's somebody else over here, but should you grab another rocket launcher? This is like the third one we picked up after we continue to drop them. Indoor is probably a bad idea, but maybe we'll be outside. I'll just do that. Yep, I should have gotten you when I had the chance. May have been overkill, but we do have a rocket launcher. Let's go. Hit him right in the face with that. Alright, this jackal is like standing the test of time. Get some more guys in the middle. I don't really need to fight them, but alright, let's see. If we advance, they may not follow us. You guys know I'm here? Thought that should have stopped it, being honest. Okay, I didn't realize there was a frag grenade instead of a plasma. Elite using a needler, kind of odd. Normally they stick with the plasma rifles. Alright, these dudes on the opposite side. Kind of a problem because I can't really hit him in the back. Well, let's see that he turned around for a second there. They do have some orange spots in the front too that you can get, but it's mainly the back. Mainly their back that make it super vulnerable. I do have a rocket launcher. What am I doing? Okay. Cleaned them up. It's not going to be a good grenade. I keep thinking I have plasma grenades and I'm just throwing. Oh, that guy's visible. I thought I got him in the foot. So many of these interior rooms look just identical. Alright, we're low on that, so we're just gonna have to drop you. Grunts are so goofy. Yeah, like a lot of these rooms in this level, did I go backwards? I think I went backwards. A lot of the rooms in this level are very similar looking. So you can definitely get like turned around, and there's probably not much uniqueness. Granted, as I said, this is a 24-year-old game at this point. Are you sleeping? The dude was sleeping during all that? Is there another one here sleeping? Oh my gosh. Dude. Your friends. You didn't help. Fair enough. Did not prepare for you. Is there another one over here? Sounds like there is. Probably just blow you guys up. There we go. Okay, tons. Okay, we're switching back. We gotta grab the regular pistol. It's kind of a staple. The fact that you ran through that, I am impressed. That looked like his needler was like a friendly fire needler. Okay, melee must be tied to cuddle up.
We must be close to the control center. Analyzing. This must be the control room. The entrance to the control center is at the top of that pyramid structure. Bring me up there and I should be able to get us inside.
We're just gonna take this and run. I think. Where is it? I thought there was a platform that you're supposed to fly up to up here. Right? Is this it? Maybe. Maybe not. Is that too soon? Maybe we're not actually supposed to do that yet. Maybe I'm thinking of it later. Maybe I wasn't supposed to be able to grab this Banshee. I know later on we come out of this big structure to my left, but I think that's a later level. So maybe we just go through here. Alright, we're gonna jump out. We're just gonna go in here and maybe think this is the right way. Say the short one something? Dude, the music here too is like kind of funky. This level is like infinitely longer when you play it normally. Like, I do not remember taking this long for this level. Can I just hit you without you? you seeing? Meleeed with a rocket launcher? That would hurt. That probably would realistically actually be a one-hit KO. Hoping to get him before he shot. Probably over here is the door. This isn't the door I walked in, was it? I don't think so. Alright, we will take your ghost.
Get up there. We should commandeer one of those ghosts.
I literally was just here. There probably is a much faster way to do this level than I'm doing it. Oh boy. Did that not kill his ghost, but killed him? Don't hate that. Yeah, I'm trying to remember the level. I guess we're going up here and then we'll come back. Okay, we can't. Okay, we're not doing that apparently. I remember coming back out of here, but I think it's like one of the last levels. Jump back. Alright, we have to go up. Can I just hit you? There we go. So much easier when you do that. Okay, that Banshee's gone. I don't remember remotely doing this when I played this level. Don't ram me. I guess maybe this is where the control room is. Up top here. Gotta go that way. 'Cause I do only remember coming back down here in I think it's a later level. Yeah, it is, because the sentinels are here, which I won't spoil what all takes place there. Oh my word. Did you just... Okay, grenade to my left. I think this dude just hit that rocket launcher. Where is that? Here comes the hunter. Come on. Come on. Couple of elites down here. Was a Halo 2 where you'd and this doesn't even look like it's charging, that must be a bug. Where you hit him with the plasma pistol, and you use the battle rifle, which is not a gun until that game, which is a super good gun.
Scanner. Covenant forces in the vicinity have been eliminated. Let's move on to Halo's control center.
Right, this should be just the central area right here. Yeah. Alright. So I think that's the end of level 5 here. And then now is a level I mentioned is one of my favorites. Just watch the cutscene here. Actually, forgot to throw up the sub goal at the bottom left. Here we go.
That terminal.
In case anyone here is not subbed, appreciate anyone joining the community. I think it's out of the way where I'll put it down there.
Never been better. You can't imagine the wealth of information. The knowledge, so much, so fast. It's glorious.
So, what sort of weapon is it?
What are you talking about?
Let's stay focused. Halo, how do we use it against the Covenant?
This ring isn't a cudgel, you barbarian. It's something else. Something much more important. The Covenant were right. This ring... it's Forerunner. Give me a second to access. Yes, the Forerunner built this place, what they called a fortress world, in order to... Wait. No, that can't be. Oh, those Covenant fools. They must have known. There must have been signs.
Slow down. You're losing me.
The
I feel like
Covenant
Master
found
Chief
something
only talks to
buried
Cortana
in
in this
this
game.
ring, something horrible.
Other
and
than like
now
a couple
they're
sentences
afraid.
with keys.
Something buried? Where?
The captain. We've got to stop the captain.
Keys? What
The
are
weapons cache he's looking for. It's not really... We can't let him get inside.
I don't understand.
There's no time. Get out of here, find keys, stop him. Before it's too late!
Yep. Cortana knows what's up. We don't. Neither does anyone else. Alright, yeah. 343 Guilty Spark. This level, I imagine I've played it already, so you're not going to necessarily get the big surprise out of me, but reactions of first-time players are, I imagine, great for this level because there's kind of a twist we get here. You see all the Covenant are running
The last transmission from the
before we even land.
was from this area. That was over 12 hours ago. When you locate Captain Keyes, radio in. And
Here's
I'll
another
come
level
pick
where
you
you can kind of jump up outside the level to advance quicker. Although I'm not going to do that here. Yeah, see, they're all... I mean, they're kind of fighting, but a lot of them are, like, spooked. Where the heck am I going? I'm so used to just running the faster method where you're like jumping up through the level. Hello? Where? Let's turn on. That'll probably make it way easier to actually. Nah, we'll stick with the old graphics. Because we landed here, and normally when I did like the speed run, I would go like over the top. Over here, I think it was. Which maybe we'll wind up doing. I guess maybe we'll wind up doing that here. That's it. Right here where you can jump. Maybe. If I could actually jump. It's definitely one of those games where you have to get like a good feel for it. Alright. Keep catching that front edge of that, or just go the normal way then. Assuming I can find that. Maybe it's around. I guess it's probably around. So normally you would just go straight up through. Okay. We're doing the opposite of a speedrun here, everyone. We're taking the scenery in, the ambiance of the level. Kind of heard their Captain Keys was captured, so not the first time that's happened. Okay, I think I was going the right way up here. Yeah, okay. Cool. I think it's down here to the right. How am I taking so long to do this level? I don't think I could be any more lost. Am I back at the beginning? I feel like I've totally walked in a circle. I am. I am back at the beginning. Alright, we will get down into the main level shortly. I'm just building suspense for what's to come. I think I'm supposed to hang more of a left than I did, honestly. Okay, we'll go up here. Yeah, I need to get up on that, actually. Have you ever had anyone get this stuck in this level? Probably not. Yeah, I think that is where I want to be going. Alright, well, yeah, we'll stick until we get inside. I'm a little torn. I think the old graphics for what's to come look probably worse, but I feel like it's more atmospheric. Okay, here we go. Okay. We're going inside now. So once again, you just see them running. They're like, why are they? They're not even fighting me. They're just running. Okay, yeah, they're kind of fighting me. They're passively fighting me. All right, where is the elevator? Here we go. And then we're going down into the guts. Yeah, you can definitely see a lot more with this modern look, but it's hard to pass up like the old style. I think it's in this room where you see the walls, you're like, what the heck happened here? Maybe it's the next one. Yeah, this one's like, what happened here? What happened to this room? And you see this stuff falling from the ceiling. There's nobody to be found. Just gives you that kind of eerie vibe. Is this where I jump? No, it's not where I jump up. I go in there here, I think. Alright, sir.
Stay back! You're not turning me into one of those things!
Don't worry.
I'll blow your brains out! Get away from
I won't shoot you. I probably should.
Don't touch me, you freaks! I won't be like you, I'll die first! Find your own hiding place, the monsters are everywhere!
I'm trying to remember if you need to mess with him or you can just leave him there. I think he'd actually shoot.
Monsters!
No, okay. Door's just busted down. Is this where we go down? Yep. A lot of blood. Here's where we get a cutscene explaining what's going on here. So this scene is probably one of the cooler scenes. It looks for the guy's helmet and looks at the log showing his memory. So it's like a body cam pretty much showing off what took place here so we can get an idea of what happened. Watching what happened with Private Jenkins.
Why do we always have to listen to this old stuff, Sarge? Watch your mouth, son.
It is so much darker watching this versus newer graphics. Maybe I should have put the new ones, but I just feel like it's so much
if the Covenant want to wipe
eerier
out this particular
with the
part
old
of my
stuff.
history, that's fine by me.
Which mid cutscene you can't switch. You can only do it while you're playing the game.
You ask him real nice next time you see him, Vicente. I'm sure they'll be happy to oblige.
LZ looks clear. I'm bringing us down.
Go, go, go!
So I'm skipping some of the stuff as they approach.
Stay close, Jenkins.
Watching them invade. Just this is the same place I just went down.
Mendoza, move it up! Wait here for the captain and his squad, then get your ass inside.
Sir!
Okay, let's move!
This part's so cool. Fast forward further while they're down there.
Which is weird, right? I mean, look at it. Something scrambled the inside.
Showing the elite dead on the ground with his insides messed up.
Plasma scoring?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there was an accident, you know, friendly fire or something?
What do we have, Sergeant?
Looks like a Covenant patrol. Badass elite units.
Says Captain Key's there.
Real pretty. Friend of yours?
Nah, we just met.
The dialogue can be a little goofy here and there.
Right, well, let's get this door open.
I'll try, sir. But it looks like these Covenant worked pretty hard to lock it down.
Just do it, son.
Yes, sir.
So they're in there trying to infiltrate, trying to break in the base. No one to be found here. And this is the room that I just found the body cam footage from, which tells you all you need to know what happens here.
Got a bad feeling about this.
Boy, you always got a bad feeling about something.
Sarge, can you hear me?
What's going on, soldier?
He's got contacts, lots of them, but they're not Covenant.
This is definitely the coolest part of the game.
What's explode? No!
Corporal, do you copy? Over. Mendoza, get your ass back up to second squad's position and find out what the hell is going on. But I don't
Also,
have
I think
time
this
for
is
your
the
lip,
first
soldier.
level where you
I
get the
gave you an
shotgun,
order.
which is awesome.
What is that?
Where's that coming from, Mendoza?
I don't... There! Mira!
I know Spanish. That means look.
Hold still! Hold still! Let him have it! Ah!
So the little creatures are jumping on them and attacking them.
Sergeant,
It's
we're
very
going
much
out.
like
God
Alien
damn it, Jenkins!
vibes.
Fire your weapon!
There are too many,
Don't
Sarge!
even
Like face
think about
huggers
it.
almost.
Oh, this is local!
Here, Marine. That's an order.
For anyone not familiar with the game, here's the introduction of what they call the Flood. But with such a shock when you're fighting the Covenant the whole time through half the game at this point, and suddenly it's like, wait, there's a different like enemy that we need to worry about. It's like a 1v1v1 almost, or the enemy, my enemy is my friend almost. Where it's like, hey Covenant, do you want to actually reconsider being enemies? So now we have to deal with the Flood, and they are going to come in waves here. So we got to get ready. As I said, the shotgun is awesome. I think we get it in this level. You can. I think it's not everywhere, but I'm just going to throw that. Kill all these little guys. So these things will just jump on you and attach to you. They don't do a whole lot of damage, but they can be a nuisance if you let them hang around. So pretty much all these doors are going to get blasted open with these little guys. And then, fortunately, that's not the final form of the Flood. This is what they look like in this mode, which I think maybe they look a little creepier here. I don't know. I'm a little mixed which one I prefer. Like, I'm used to the old stuff, so I still think I prefer the old stuff, but... So you see these creatures, which they've like... This almost looks like a Half-Life type of appearance, in my opinion. Which what they look like now. It's brighter. It's not as scary, I think, as the old stuff. But pretty much they've taken over humanoids, so then they can walk and they can do more than that. We'll find out here shortly. So we're just trying to get out of here now. We came down here to try to find Captain Keyes and what was going on. Maybe with, am I stuck on something? Oh, hello. What was going on down here, and we are like, okay, don't love this. Let's get out of here now. Oh, they're destroying the Covenant down there. And there's a few ways to go pathing-wise to get out of here the fastest. I don't remember the exact one to take, but we're just going to go this way and hope it works out. I think there's a shotgun when you jump up on the second level at one point in the next couple of rooms, I believe. Wait, did I just went backwards. I just went backwards, I think. Right? Yeah. There's the shotgun. No, we'll... Oh. Wait, have I ever gone this way? What is over here? I don't think I've ever gone that way. Is that not where I came up? Huh. This pathing looks way different than the way I took previously. What is over here? Yeah, I don't think this is the direction I went previously, but this is the room to get out of here. But we're going down before we go up. Maybe the assault rifle is good to keep against these little critters. We'll put it on this mode for a little bit just to give more brightness for anyone watching. Maybe they'll let me know in the comments if you like prefer one. So here's where we see the Flood not only are humanoid. Where'd that guy go? Is he run around? They can use weapons too. So they are pretty smart creatures. Oh, okay. I remember. I think this is where we jump. Oh, that's not... Yeah, here's where I did that. So, let's see if we can try it, maybe. I don't think we're going to be able to pull it off. I have not been practicing this, but... Yeah. Okay. Well, I tried a grenade jump there and instead I just hurt myself badly. But you need to reactivate that bridge, I feel like, instead of avoiding it like I was trying to do there. But I have not done that in 20-something years, so we're going to have to remember where to do that at, because... Just jump up here. Hello? Get up there. I'm just like stuck on this. positive if I remember where to activate that, if I'm being honest. Because I just grenade jumped it last time I played. So there's that. Did I just press it actually? Oh, we have to get to the other. I don't know. Should we just dare try to grenade jump again here? Can't we pull it off? These things are. Alright, we'll try it perhaps here. That's one way to do it. The grenade like floated with me off and then met me at the bottom. Alright. It feels like that door or that bridge should be just an easy switch somewhere. I just don't remember where, but maybe if I play like a normal person, I actually would just organically find it. But I don't know if I normally use a sticky here, but yeah, because that. I feel like there's a little delay. That's what I think it is too. I think there's a delay. I'm kind of making this up with the grenades on newer graphics. It feels like the grenades hit, or they take longer to explode. I don't know if I'm making that up entirely, but it feels like the timing feels different, even though it should just be graphical changes. So I'm not sure that actually realistically should be the case. Alright, so we'll just pound you there. Yeah, that feels like grenades are taking way longer. I don't know. Maybe we just try to find the switch. I think we'll just try to find the switch. So these are kind of like, you can almost view them as like zombies where like they can get back up. So you gotta be careful if you're trying to kill them because they don't stay dead all the time. You sometimes have to like put them down twice. Yeah, the jumping in this game, while fun, it feels like sometimes can be finicky. You kind of have to get used to it though. Like if you've been playing it recently, it doesn't probably feel as like goofy, but when you haven't played it recently, it can feel a little bit stiff, I think. Alright, I think we just go that way. Although, is this not back where the bridge was anyway? Don't know. Okay, yeah, so we're good here. We just went around it, so this thing is now not a problem, and we'll just keep going. So I forgot, I guess we don't use the bridge, we just find the other side of it without having to deal with it. Do I gotta go down here? Is that what you're telling me? I think that's what you're telling me. Yeah, there we go. Thankfully, the game's pretty generous at like highlighting the pathing if you're able to see it. Is this? This isn't the room I thought it was. I thought this was the one where we jump up that ledge and find another shotgun there. Maybe that's in this room? Yeah, here it is. So there's another shotgun, I think, right here. Yeah, we just picked up some ammo. Alright, now I know where I'm going because it's the same straight shot out of here that I did it when I was doing it a little bit faster. Wait, is this? This isn't where the grenade jump was, is it? No, you can't because I can easily just push the button. I don't know if that would actually save time if you did grenade jump there instead of waiting for the bridge after pushing the button. I'll just throw a grenade in there. Alright, this should be the last elevator out of here, I believe. I believe now we'll go up. Yeah. So we've now discovered the flood as this threat. And our Marines are here to kind of save us now that we've made our way out.
The cavalry's arrived.
And we just have to get back to the ship, which typically if you're playing this on a harder difficulty, you stick to the outside and try to avoid the flood because they can kind of overwhelm you. And then we're going to find a fourth faction here with these sentinels that are going to pop up here. And meet our good old friend, 343 Guilty Spark, which is what 343 Studios is named after. Which I think it's now called just Halo Studios, right? I think they've rebranded it to that. Which is kind of less fun because that was kind of a little bit of a fun lore thing as far as being familiar with the game. I feel like Halo sounds a little bit too generic. These guys using guns is a special, extra challenge with fighting the flood. It's like, oh, these zombies that have guns? I didn't realize that was a thing. Zombies can have guns? Like, that's a little intimidating. Alright, am I gonna do the same thing I did when I came in here and just not know my way out of here? Is that about to happen? Normally, you just kind of keep going until you find the ship, which I haven't seen yet. So, yeah, maybe that is. Maybe we are gonna get lost on the way out of here too. Doesn't feel like. Oh, here it is. Where's the where are the sentinels at? Maybe they don't show up yet. Maybe they show up when I get close to it. Yes, you hear that humming? There's a good old Guilty Spark. And these little lasers are these sentinels. I think the level technically ends if you have the sentinels die, so sometimes people will just shoot at those.
I am the monitor of Installation 04.
Guilty Spark.
I am 343 Guilty Spark. Someone has released the flood. My function is to prevent it from leaving this installation, but I require your assistance. Come, this way.
So Guilty Spark took me somewhere else, just me by myself, not with the Marines. And he's trying to help me defeat the flood and defeat the Covenant too, I guess, just being able to get the upper hand. This level is a lot of people's least favorite level. It's sometimes viewed as the hardest level in the game. So it shouldn't be too bad with the setup that we do have, but it can be challenging at times if you have it on, like, running it on Legendary especially.
We must collect the index before we can activate the installation.
Pretty much he's taking me through this level, and I kind of just follow him, but I have to wait for my time. That's what makes it hard, is you have to, like, wait for a door to open, so pretty much hold off. Oh, these guys too. So these guys are like little bloaters. Let's run some of this on the new graphics, just to make it a little different, maybe a little easier to see too. Right, you got the shotgun, so I want that. But these little bloater guys blow up, and they drop the tiny guys. But if you're standing next to them when they blow up, they really do a number on you. All right, where's that? Shotgun is like the best weapon against the flood, just because it's like pretty heavy. If you're up close, you pretty much one-shot him.
We are near the index chamber.
Is he trying to hide? What's he doing? So there is 0 Covenant in this level. It's just all fighting the Flood. Which is definitely a tonal shift from like the alien race that we were fighting, and now it's like, oh, this zombie looking race. I want that shotgun. Where did you drop that? Did that get... That's the annoying part when some of these guys blow up. Was that another one? They like throw the guns everywhere. It's like, oh, I need that shotgun. There you go. We got some there. Just advance here. The way to beat this level is a lot of just like run and gun. Like you can't really sit around and just try to defeat the waves. There's some parts where yes you can, but if you stick around, they don't necessarily stop coming at you. I just have a shotgun. Do you have a shotgun? Definitely circle back and pick up shotgun ammo if possible. Okay. I'm doing exactly what I said you shouldn't do though, and and try to fight them. You definitely need to just like run and gun here. Alright, we're not gonna mess around, we're just gonna keep going. That shotgun behind me is a problem though. This dude was always a pain. He kind of just like lurches up there. And he can hit you hard, especially after you're getting like jumped by so many other people at the same time. Hello? Oh, I need to go over there. Do you have a shotgun? You working on this door, Mark? I think you are. So that's the only time that you do have to kind of chill is when he's like working on a door and you're like, okay, I can't run and gun. I mean, you have to keep moving, so you're kind of still doing it. You're just doing it in an enclosed space, I'll say. All right, did you pop that? No. There are some good spots to hide though. If there's like a bunch of people, you can like peek around a corner and just like wait there and not have to really fight them. I don't know if we'll really do that in this run, but it lets you avoid fighting with letting the time pass. It's kind of fun. There's a thing called flood bumping. I'm not really good at it, so I'm not really going to do it in this run because I'm not speedrunning anyway, but if you have a flood on the ground, especially if you like shoot their arms off, they can't really attack you. And when they get up, they can like push you. So if you do it near like a doorway that you can't get through, they can like push you through the door so you can get to the other side of it without having the door be open. Kind of a good speed run strat, but as I said, I'm not going to do it because we're not really speed running in this, and also, even if we were, I'm not really good at it. I only picked this up after 20 years a few weeks ago, so we'll grab the overshield down here. So this is pretty much the level. You're running, you get to the end, and you wind up going up another level. So what you see is what you get for the most part. Here on out through the rest of the level. You're just kind of trying to cruise through and not sit still too much. Take that shotgun. And we can afford to be a little greedy. Where did that go? There we go. Okay, so we have the sentinels helping us here. These little like machines up top. They're helping fight the flood. Alright, so we got to the end of the first level. So we're taking the elevator up after that now. So just jump on here, we're going up a level. Now we're doing a similar thing. I think there's 3 levels? 4 I think 3. Wait, it gets worse. That's a very fitting description of when when you play this level. I remember when I played this back in the day, it was just so frustrating of a level. Alright, Spark, lead the way. Is this... No, it's not where we go down. We wound up going down in those, I think, a couple times. Alright, so we need to just hold off here. Is that what he's telling me? So you could... I don't know if this is a spot where really you could, but... One of these areas you can, like, just sit around the corner and just, like, hang out, like, right here. And just not fight at all. That guy's got no arms. He can't do anything to me anymore, so... I mean, the sentinels will probably kill him, but... You could have him just follow you around. He's just gonna hang out. The sentinels, you killed my pet Flood. How dare you? I don't remember on Legendary the sentinels lasting as long as they are here, so maybe they're a little bit better at surviving. Makes sense, kind of like Marines. On a on normal. I think here I may have gone in the center and just walked around without having to fight this part, but it shouldn't be too bad.
The Sentinels can use their weapons to manage the flood only for a short time.
I despise 340 Guilty Spark. He's like the most annoying. It's like, oh yeah, what are you doing? Why can't you just advance the level? Why are you going so slow? Even though he's the one that's like taking... Okay, that Flood had a rocket launcher. Thankfully we just loaded right here. Do you want that? Hey, I may pick that up. Like this dude's opening the door now, so we have to wait once again.
Please wait here.
As I said, I think last time when I played this, I just we started what over there. I think I just jumped around instead of walking through it. What are you doing? See, he does have an arm, so he could hurt me. These dudes are so goofy. That's what they look like in the regular mode, but. I will say, some of the guns look pretty cool in the modern graphics, like the rocket launcher looks cool. The sniper looks pretty cool too. Shoddy. Maybe. But I think the rocket launcher makes a noise in the modern ones, like it just pops up there, and this one it makes like a loading kind of noise, like it's like engaging. Okay, did we go the wrong way? We may have went the wrong way. Yeah, we did. Okay. Just a pack of my friends following me. It's those guys. It's annoying if you get like really low health and just one of those touches you. Do you have a shotgun? I'm going to need to take that from you. Just gotta cruise on through here. Yeah, we may be playing all Halo. That was a little jump scare. Alright, where's that shotgun guy behind me? Look at that. Oh, that was a... As soon as I realized that was one of those guys, I was like, that's a bad choice. Did I go the wrong way? Did we load back going the wrong way and go the wrong way again? I think we did. Back in here. Less of a jump scare this time when we end the tunnel. Okay, I gotta watch out for those. Dude's gonna drop down. Hello. Alright, let's not get exploded up on this time. I keep going the wrong way. Just follow Guilty Spark. What am I thinking?
Your environment should serve you well when the flood begins to alter.
Alright, I think here's where that dude. Flooded with rocket launchers, a little scary, not gonna lie. Hold on guys, let me reload. Thank you. And that is that level. I think there's only 3. I'm trying to remember exactly, but I think that's the case. I'm just looking at the ceiling. Yep. Okay. So almost done with the library, which, as I said, a lot of people think this is the hardest level. It's definitely the least interesting level. I mean, the run and gun stuff's kind of fun, but there's not much depth to it beyond just a bunch of fighting.
I would conjecture that the other species currently on the installation is responsible.
Is this where we go down again? Definitely not shotgun.
Access restricted areas.
Yes it is. I feel like that's so sad. Oh, so satisfying to shoot all those little dudes with just one shot. I keep doing that. I'm so dead. I'm so dead. As I said, these little guys, when you have no health, one of them can finish things off. I keep. Those are my kryptonite. This run. Just blowing myself up. Gotta make sure you hit him from afar. Some dude gonna jump out up there. So you just gotta hold off and fight. Probably should pick up another secondary gun since the rocket launcher is out. Not exactly an effective choice, but kind of what we got here. Here's these kind of areas is where you could do that flood bumping, like if they pushed you through this, then you could advance faster. Which is a good strategy to take, but a little hard to pull off. I feel like the assault rifle flood are probably the I'm dead. Are probably the most annoying, just because they have like those constant little hits. I think at this part I took the outside. I don't even think I went straight here. Normally. Shotgun flood also, though. The shotgun's just insane, but as far as gun that's not normally that great, the assault rifle ones are tough. Alright, you got no arms, you can just hang out with me. The other guy's gotta go there. Yeah, we'll switch to that. So we just continue, he just lets us open the doors. That, I wonder how far that guy's gonna follow me. Alright, don't hit a health back. We gotta be close to the final stand here. I think I've thrown any grenades. It's probably the best time to throw one. What the? How did you just go flying? Sentinels? I don't know what did that. Just fly on through here. Here's one spot. I mentioned you can just kind of hang out. I think this is one where you just can go like sit in this corner and nobody will pretty much fight. So there are minor strategies that if you're playing on a harder difficulty, you can avoid a lot of hard issues you may run into, because this level is pretty tough otherwise. Because you have to just wait for this door to open, so it's just a timer at this point. Apologies guys for the camera resolution. It feels like, I'm assuming it's an internet connection thing with upload speeds, but hopefully not too distracting. Alright, I don't want to just hang out here. Let's do a little bit of fighting. But they pretty much just keep coming, so me engaging and fighting kind of just continues to create more and more of them until the door opens. You can also kind of speedrun by jumping up there and like just saving a few seconds by like going through the door as it opens, as opposed to waiting for it to fully open. Oh shit, that would have been a good grenade throw. It still kind of worked. Is there another floor? I guess there is. Yeah, there is 4 floors. My bad. I thought there was either 3 or 4. The 4th one I think is pretty short. You just go through like the main door, and that's pretty much it. All right, here we go. And we press on through. We have to go through here? I think we do. There's just constantly exploder guys down here, I feel like. They like to do like tight corridors, make it so you're in trouble if you shoot them. Alright, spark. I think this is another spot where you could just hide around the corner. So I think he's opening that door. you like it. So you like hitting with the assault rifle. This door, wait, is it? It's already open? Am I just messing around here? I think I am. That's what I'm saying. If you don't press on, they'll just keep coming. So eventually you have to pick, okay, let me look, make sure there's not a, I don't think I've ever seen people come out of that.
The Flood are already hard at work repairing your vessel.
Is this the I think this is the last door to the left here. This one you kind of have to kill mostly everybody though to get out of here. I'm just gonna walk down here a lot of times because the door. Is it open already? I feel like you kind of get overwhelmed. No, it's not open. With the amount of people that are suddenly there at the door. Looks like it's open now. Oh, we have grenades. Okay, they threw their own grenade, looks like. They threw quite a few grenades. I think the guys here at the end have rocket launchers too, so something you gotta look out for. But yeah, once that door opens, the level is over. This door right here.
The Flood are already hard at work repairing your vessel. It's devastating. A lot of support intelligence.
Yeah, a ton of grenades. I use like any of them this whole level. So I just come down here, let them all kind of enter the room. Give time for that door to open. Looks like it's open now. Can I go like right through that guy? I feel like I stuck him. We're on frag grenades at this point. We have no grenades at this point. That should be these grenades on the ground. You always got to be careful. Those might actually blow up. So there's some people you got to deal with in the other side of this room. I don't really have a long range option, so we kind of just have to deal with you. Just go in here, try not to die. Okay, we'll just go on the outside apparently. And level's complete. A little sloppy, but got it done.
The energy barrier surrounding the index will deactivate when we reach the ground floor. You may now retrieve the index.
Alright, so here's more backstory on Guilty Spark that we find out what is happening. I don't think that blood was supposed to be there in that scene. We also have the newer graphics here, so keep that in mind too. So he grabbed the index that he wanted us to grab. He's about to do what he wants us to do. And he takes it from us.
Possession of the index for transport. Your organic food renders you vulnerable to infection. The index must not fall into the hands of the Flood before we reach the control room and activate the installation. The Flood is spreading. We must hurry.
So he's trying to help us contain the Flood and eliminate them. And we get some information as far as really what his motives are here.
Which means that any organism with sufficient mass and cognitive capability is a potential vector.
Cortana kind of steps in and clears things up for us.
No, nothing.
Splendid, shall we? Unfortunately, my usefulness to this particular endeavor has come to an end. Protocol does not allow units with my classification to perform a task as important as the reunification of the index with the core. That final step is reserved for you, Reclaimer. That wasn't supposed to happen.
Oh, really?
So Cortana is like jumping in here.
12 hours cooped up in here watching you toady about, helping that thing get set to slit our throats.
Hold on now. He's a friend.
Oh, I didn't realize. He's your pal, is he? Your chum? Do you have any idea what that bastard almost made you do?
Yes. Activate Halo's defenses and destroy the Flood, which is why we brought the index to the control center.
You mean this?
A construct in the core? That is absolutely unacceptable.
Sod off!
What impertinence! I shall purge you at once!
You sure that's a good idea?
How dare you? I'll...
Do what? I have the index. You can just float and sputter.
Enough!
Master Chief's kind of in the middle here.
The Flood is spreading. If we activate Halo's defenses, we can wipe them out.
You have no idea how this ring works, do you? Why the Forerunners built it? Halo doesn't kill Flood. It kills their food. Humans, Covenant, whatever. We're all equally edible. The only way to stop the Flood is to starve them to death. And that's exactly what Halo is designed to do.
Yep.
Wipe the galaxy clean of all sentient life. You don't believe me? Ask him.
He's like, is this true?
Is it true?
More or less. Technically, this installation's pulse has a maximum effective radius of 25,000 light years. But once the others follow suit, this galaxy will be quite devoid of life. Or at least any life with sufficient biomass to sustain the Flood. But you already knew that. I mean, how couldn't you?
Left out that little detail, did he?
We have followed outbreak containment procedure to the letter. You were with me each step of the way as we managed this crisis.
Chief, I'm picking up movement.
Why would you hesitate to do what you've already done?
We need to go right now.
Last time you asked me, if it were my choice, would I do it? Having had considerable time to ponder your words, my answer has not changed.
So I pretty much just pulled Cortana out there. I'm like, alright, this is getting hostile.
Get us out of here.
If you are unwilling to help, I will simply find another. Still, I must have the index. Give your construct to me, or I will be forced to take her from you.
That's not going to happen.
So be it. Save his head. Dispose of the rest.
So pretty much there's 4 factions now. So you have...
Look out.
This is kind of a pain introduction. You have the humans, you have the Covenant, you have the Flood, now you have these robot like Sentinel, led by Guilty Spark. And pretty much the point of his conversation there was, and I'm not a lore expert once again, but he tricked us into thinking, he was like, okay, I will get this thing for me, and I will help you use it to defeat the Flood. Master Chief was like, alright, cool. Well, he left out the fact that near the Covenant you'll be fighting the Sentinel. So it's kind of a free-for-all for a lot of the rest of this game, but
a starship's fusion reactor.
Pretty much by killing to kill the Flood, you heard her say it kind of there, but
I'm going to search what's left of the Covenant battle
Guilty Spark wanted us to use the index to kill all of life. And his like secret objective there was like, oh, if we kill life, the Flood die. But I left out that part. I just told you that if we use the index, the Flood will be gone and they'll be dealt with. But it's like, oh, they'll be dealt with because we'll all be dead. That's kind of the point. So Cortana thankfully catches on there and realizes that the plan is to kill humans and all of life, and that stops the Flood from spreading. So it's kind of like a, I don't know, almost like a natural disaster type thing where it's like trying to purge the infection, but to do that you have to like destroy life. So kind of a fun twist there where we thought he was our friend, but he's actually not, because he was trying to kill us, because he was kind of neutral to if humans lived or not. He was just like, you know what, this is better for like the rest of the galaxy, so I don't care how. Okay, apparently I'm not locking on any of these shots. What is happening? Alright, if you go up here, you can get extra guns. I think there's a sniper and a pistol, which I don't know if I need both of those, but
without the index.
I know sometimes I'll like throw one off the edge so I can use the sniper for a little bit before I don't need it anymore.
Phase pulse generators that amplify Halo's signal
I don't know if
and
I
allow
need to
it
do
to
that
fire
here,
deep into
but
space. The power levels are enormous.
pretty much I'll just like
I can't even
throw
begin
these.
to calculate the pulse's range.
Oh, that just jumped off. Okay, so that should hopefully be down there now.
If we damage or destroy these generators, the monitor will need to repair them before Halo can be used. That should buy us some time. I'm marking the location of the nearest pulse generator with a nav point. We need to move in and neutralize the device.
Okay. I think that pistol's over here somewhere. Does that mean it actually fell somewhere normal? Yeah, there it is. Okay. Okay, somehow that needler totally wiped me out. Okay. Fooled by a grunt. Guess we're going the old-fashioned way. So this was the building we went in earlier, and now this is why when I was going in I was like confused why we were going up, because I'm like, I remember leaving it, because that's what we're doing now. And there's a lot of this level you can cut out by like doing tricks with the Banshee and with a Ghost. I don't know if we'll wind up doing all that. We may grab the Ghost because it's kind of useful to get it as far as like fast traversion later, but I'm not gonna do any like wall hacks with the Banshee or anything. We'll go back to old graphics. As I said, if anyone watching has a strong preference, let me know, but I default to these unless it's like hard to see, then I'll let people get a better view. Do we want
Commandeer one of those
I probably didn't need to pick up that health yet.
To reach the pulse generator in time.
Do we want the rocket? Okay, where did that pistol go? What? Did I just lose it? Hello? Oh, there you are. Okay. Is it dumb to not have a shotgun? I feel like the shotgun's like huge. I told you it's like use all the rockets up here. Okay. In reality, I should probably use it on the Wraith, though, that is still there. Guy, trying to press your luck a little too much. Feels like so dumb not to keep a shotgun, but I do want to try to hit you at least. That didn't kill you apparently. Still didn't kill you apparently. There we go. There's Banshees over here to pick up. Yep. So we're gonna fly up to the bridge.
Good. Let's get moving.
Or actually to the platform first, then we'll come back down for the bridge. So we're just going to these like little beacons to activate them. Pretty much is the goal here. Okay. I think if your Banshee blows up here, you just come back out and it's like alive again, so probably don't have to worry about that. Here's where I'm regretting not keeping that shotgun, I'll say. Just because it does a little bit of damage in close corridors. But we don't really need to fight here. I think we just go in, touch the thing, get out. Like,
objective accomplished. The pulse generator is overloaded.
now we're out of here. We just gotta
The
maybe
generator's central core is offline. Well done.
deal with some BS, but I think we can get out of there before they come to get us. Alright, so here, if I can fly, I think we go down.
Move out and I'll mark the target with a nav point.
I think it's over there this time, honestly, yeah. Do we just like go for it? Normally this fight is kind of hard. Oh, these grunts. That was a little finicky. So jumping out the Banshee, as you can tell, if you jump out like remotely off the ground, you may die, which just sadly happened. Maybe I should fight these grunts anyway, because these grunts have like these, they have like the elite or the hunter weapons where they blow up when they die, so it's kind of a pain to deal with those. So we're just going in, hitting beacons and then leaving. Which, yeah, I kind of wish I had that shotgun still. Maybe we'll go back for it at some point. I'll swap out for a plasma pistol, actually. Could be the other option we go with here. Shotgun, I guess shotguns are decent against Covenant, but they're definitely better against Blood. Just take your plasma rifle. Okay. Playing a little sloppy, but good enough. There's a dude at the end of this one of these with like a rocket launcher. I don't think it's this part of the level, but oh, here's the flood though. You guys got a shotgun I can borrow? Here's where it would have been nice to keep the shoddy. You kind of have this weird, oh here we go, I thought there was one over here. This weird balance where you're like fighting the Covenant but also fighting the Flood, so it's like, and then these Sentinels, so it's like, let's defeat the person or the faction that has more enemies in the room, kind of, is typically the best approach. Which more often than not is probably the Flood, just because they're kind of overwhelming. It's also funny, the I'm not gonna get it because we're not playing on a legendary, but oh, hello guys. There's a pretty funny ending you get in the game if you're playing on legendary. It's like an alternate ending. I'll mention it when we get to it because I don't want to spoil it necessarily, but I think one of these future hallways is where the Flood with the rocket launcher is at. As I said, if you grab one of those Banshees, you can coast through a lot of this level. On the other side of the bridge, keep hitting me with those needlers over there. Shotgun. Is you it? I think that guy does. Maybe he does. Do here actually. Uh-oh, we're kind of pinned in here. We need to be careful here. Why are both of you guys attacking me? feel like the Covenant and the Flood stopped fighting each other, and they're just like, "Hey, Master Chief, nice to see you." So a lot of this level is kind of samey from what we saw in one of the earlier levels, as far as the environment, but I think it was the 5th level. Assault on the control room, I think it was. So many flood on this bridge. Almost out of ammo with the shotty, unfortunately. Pistol time. A Banshee shooting at me too. Banshee, if you could shoot at the flood, that would be ideal. But of course you're not going to do that. Alright, come back around. We need more shotty ammo, or at least maybe switch weapons there. One of you Flood has to have a shotgun, right? Oh, rocket launchers. 3 rocket launchers? Oh, he got back up. Oh, but he doesn't have any arms. Oh, he does have arms. It's just no weapon. You have an arm too. Dang it. I was hoping one of you guys would have arms. Just cruising on through. Maybe we already saw the hallway with a dude with the rocket. Okay. Pretty flood heavy. Looked like there. Oh, he's got a shotgun. I kind of want it, but I think we'll keep what we have now. You could pick up 3 guns. Shotty, pistol, rocket would be kind of a nice collection of weapons. Alright, cruising on through this level. I think it's this level that maybe one of like the longest levels. I'm trying to remember exactly what's all in the next one. I know the last level pretty well as far as the plot points, but here's the downside of having the rocket instead of the shotgun is, I mean, the flood just get destroyed by shotties, but also indoors using the rocket launcher is kind of a nightmare. Is this right? That's not where it came in, is it? No. It's the right way. The arrow's pointing the other direction, which has me slightly alarmed, but I know you kind of go backwards sometimes.
Okay, let's take care of the next holster.
I'll take you, thank you. Is this the right? This is the right way, I think. Can my ghost get all the way through here? I can't remember. Is this where I go up that little spiral? It does fit. Nice. I think this is, yeah, it's where I go up this little spiral cliff here. We'll not take the Warthog, but we'll gladly take all that stuff. Don't hate that. If you're playing co-op, maybe you would take the Warthog, because then you'd have somebody on turret. But solo, not really anything better than the Ghost. Okay, some elites on the left. I think this is where we go down and I shouldn't have done the same as the hunters, but... And where you can get a ghost through the area, although... Where's that Banshee at? Because you need to, like, push it with a Banshee.
Find a Banshee and fly to the location marked by the nav.
You just being annoying. Did he? He didn't crash, did he? Nope, that's just me doing that. Yeah, so here... is where you can get the ghost. Wait, what? Do I have to go? Oh my god, I went too far too soon. We need to go fly back up and hit one of those beacons again. So I do need to get a Banshee. So there must have been one on the ground somewhere. I'm gonna go with these graphics. It's a little tough to see in the older stuff, even if I like them more. Where was a Banshee at? Okay, let's just get rid of you because you're gonna be a problem. Oh god, do not hit me. Do not shoot me. I am all kinds of backed up. How much health you got, guy? Okay, I think he's done now. Yeah, there should be a Banshee right there. That makes more sense. Although, it's going to take forever for me to grab this and then go grab both of them. You'd have to do a lot of running around. I guess you save time on the back end by having the ghost, but pretty much you push the ghost through the level, or through the door with the Banshee. Okay, hello. I think we're good. Should we jump off on this? Or that works too. Oh, is this? Oh my gosh, we're all the way back here. So we haven't even defeated the... We're probably not going to fight the rifle. We'll just kind of try to speed through this part. Kill 1,000 jackals. I didn't kill anybody. I don't know how that popped. Somebody... Friendly fire by one of the hunters, perhaps? Alright, come up to this platform. Are there other Banshees flying around that I need to just take out now? You're gonna be a nuisance to me. What are you doing? You going for like twirls? Or what is happening? Okay, you're gone. These dudes just like are driving like little TIE fighters, not actually trying to do anything. Okay, so is grunts shooting? Yeah, okay. I was like, is that a grunt shooting that that weapon? We're gonna go even faster this time. We're not even gonna take out the Banshees. Just gonna speed on through. Kinda just wanna get in that room, hit the thing, then book it. And not even fight the guys on the platform. But the problem is when you jump out of this vehicle. Oh my gosh, the grunt's gonna shoot this 100%. Kill me. Oh. Almost happened. Alright, so we go in here. Let's go back to old graphics. We go in here, pretend like we're gonna fight. Get this thing. Try not to die. Die. It's a good order of stuff. Yeah. I don't remember there being as much fighting here. Maybe I'll just rocket them here. Get that. The problem is you come out of that with no shields, so it kind of sets you up for failure there. You have a rocket launcher. Ooh. You. Or not. Or not. Why are you not activating? I'm like standing right on this thing like you're normally supposed to. I'm so dead. I'm so dead. Okay. I'm not gonna shoot anyone this time. Let's just let the Sentinels fight the Flood. Did I just get with a rocket by that Flood? Maybe I do need to hit him. What is happening? This one guy. I don't think I killed him. I gotta be honest, probably. That's so annoying that your shield's dropping to get that. I just like not die here. I just want my shields to come back. I'm just gonna do a lap. Take it for a lap. Alright. The little guy hit the rocket, so he like blew up in front of my face instead of where I actually was trying to shoot, which was the other guy. Just in and out, in and out. That was a little smoother. Take Banshee, get out of dodge. Did that grunt really? Yeah, try that. Try it now. Alright, so now we go back down. And here's where you can do the thing where you push the ghost through the door. I'm 50-50 if I want to do it because I always have to go here and then go back for a ghost. Just kind of a pain. Unless, is there a ghost? There's not a ghost down here. I'm pretty sure it's just down here. Maybe if some elite gets into a ghost and follows me down here, that's an option. Got to get a rocket launcher that could have ended quickly. Do we want to do that? I don't know. I don't know if it's worth doing. I don't feel like this shaves that much time because I'm like screwing around going backwards here, but in theory, if you're speed running, I've seen that grabbing the ghost is effective. Alright, Rocket Man just went flying. Alright, let's go with these. Oh, there's a ghost. That's why it's not too bad because we just grabbed the one right here. So we're gonna bump the ghost, kind of like where I talked about the flood. You can flood bump through, except the door actually opens. We're supposed to walk through it, but you're not supposed to be able to bring a vehicle through it. So we're gonna kind of force it through. I don't know if I typically do this after I clear out the room, because there's enemies in this next room. I think you typically clear the room out a little first because you have to hit the next door button too. Dude, where did you come from? Just sitting by the door? So we gotta cross the bridge, go through that door. But there's enemies like right all up here, especially when you come walking, they like come out everywhere, I feel like. Like, oh, surprise! You were here all along. I need to be careful with you guys because last time I shot a rocket and it hit one of you. I don't think I killed one of you. Alright, that was mostly. I think we can grab the ghost now. So we're going to push it through the door here. Which allows us to finish the level with the ghosts. Although we take the ghost to get the Banshee. Okay. Bro. To the final Banshee, I believe, because I think we take the Banshee. So we set this through here kind of like that. I think that's good enough. And then we get in the Banshee, and we kind of just like... Yeah, old graphics. We'll kind of just push it on through. don't know if that's in it up there. It should be good. So now we can bring it through to the rest of the level. So kind of a fun little strategy to keep the vehicle there. I'm hoping there's not some of the rockets still over here, because that would not be ideal, which is very possible because there's kind of quite a few flood. I am stuck. I think I should get out of this. That was way smarter to do. Alright, let's pop this door open. Although I think this is the part, now that I'm remembering, I think if you don't run up here without the ghost, the level doesn't load in, so you can't actually progress. So now that I remember that, maybe we'll leave the ghost there. I don't think it's broken now. I think we're still okay to go back for it, because last time I went back for it, if I remember, I didn't bring it through the door yet, but I think we're okay doing it now. But you pretty much have to walk up here and like load the enemies, because if you have the ghost driving through it, they don't load in, so then you can't advance, because I don't think like the Banshee loads that you can, then you have to take to end the level. Alright, how far, I'm not sure how far we have to go up here to like get this to actually load in, but that feels like probably good enough, right? You would think. I'm getting shot at by Banshees, so. As I said, I don't know if you really save that much time, because you're backtracking to go get the ghost, and it's like if you just ran forward, maybe because the fighting is harder on a harder difficulty, that requires you to be able to just skip past it as opposed to run, because you'll die if you are on foot. But in some ways I'm kind of like, I don't know how much time we're saving, because I'm going back all the way through where I just already walked through. Let's be cautious and grab the one little tiny health. Wait, did that door reclose? Am I? Does that happen when I open the other one? Maybe that's why. I don't remember that happening. Hopefully that's alright. There's a wall. So we just need to go get the Banshee, and not that one, because I think that one's dead. There's people with rockets here too, so that's partially the problem. Am I going? Now I'm trying to think about this. Is this? This is not where I need to be going. It's like that doesn't make any sense. We're going new graphics. Give us some more brightness. Yeah, that way. Why was I even? I think I turned left a little too soon. Here's where guys have rockets, I believe, right around this corner. And you gotta be mindful of not getting shot by them as I flip the ghost over. This guy on the left has a rocket launcher, I think. Do not fire it at me, please. I kind of forgot what there's a button to jump up here. Is it space? I don't know what maybe it is. Okay, we made it up. So now I just need to like bust over to this Banshee and not get killed. And then I think we hit one last one of those sensors. Little beacons. It's funny how you can just like jump out of a ghost instantly, but a Banshee, if you jump out 2 seconds too soon, instant death. So yeah, we'll probably finish the game I was a little not sure. I honestly planned on only playing a few levels, but this is level 8 out of 10, so we've come this far. Why not go a little further? Is there somebody going to be standing there? Feel like the... Okay, we've got sentinels, actually. I don't need to actually fight you, but... Okay, now we can casually get off this. And... more rocket ammo. Not that... I don't think I'll be able to use it, really. But let's go in here. I don't know if it ends right when I touch the beacon, or do I have to bounce back out again?
Final target neutralized. Let's get out of here.
Okay, no, that's it. Cool. So we got the last one there, the third one.
No, that'll take too long.
You have a better idea?
There's a teleportation grid that runs throughout Halo. That's how the monitor moves about so quickly. I learned how to tap into the grid when I was in the control center. Unfortunately, each jump requires a rather consequential expenditure of energy.
Something tells me I'm not gonna like this.
But I'm pretty sure I can pull it from your suit without permanently damaging your shields. Needless to say, I think we should only try this once.
Do it.
Just have teleportation now. Guilty Spark did it earlier, and now we're doing it with Cortana.
The Covenant network is absolute chaos. From what I've been able to piece together, their leadership ordered all ships to abandon Halo.
I'm trying to remember as this level. I played it not too long ago, but I'm like, what is the 9th level?
The Flood
I think we just kind of run in and fight
the Covenant are
a bunch of
terrified
Flood.
the Flood will repair the ship and use it to escape from Halo. They've sent in a strike team to neutralize the Flood and repair the ship for immediate departure. I've got a good lock on Captain Key's CNI transponder signal. He's alive,
Oh.
and the implants are intact.
I remember what it
There's
is.
some interference from the cruiser's damaged
Because
reactor.
Captain Keys.
I'll bring us in as close
We
as I
have
can.
some pretty dramatic scene with Keys. Here's the level I did flood bump successfully. Behind me, right on this introduction here. You can go through that wall where the fire is coming from.
Coordinate data needs to be...
I won't do it this time, so
Right. Sorry.
I may not be fresh on exactly the layout of the level, but we pretty much just go through the Covenant ship, kind of similar to level 3
Captain?
with the Truth and Reconciliation.
I've lost him.
This guy, he's got no arms, he can flood bump you. So we're not going to do that, though. So because of that, I may... Alright, bro, get out of the way. You know what? You're dead. Sorry. Become too much of a liability. I don't think plasma weapons work too well on Flood. I feel like, ironically, the Covenant's weapons work well on them, and human weapons work well in the Flood, which are kind of also human-ish.
Analyzing damage.
Did I... That I don't remember this, because obviously, as I said, I skipped this when I did the flood bump, so I wasn't positive I was actually supposed to drop down that, if I'm being honest.
Let's get out of here and find another way back aboard the ship.
Yeah, we'll do that, Cortana. I'm just totally, like, not remembering this level from 20 whatever years ago now. Because, I skipped this part last time. You guys are taking a punch, dang. Why are you guys not dying? Those at least were pretty... Okay. Although, do you have a shotgun? Don't hate that. I don't remember this at all. Kind of cool playing it again, though. Well... Well, the flashlight doesn't really have that much.
We should head this way.
We'll keep on old graphics. I feel like on some of these darker levels, it kind of ruins the... Okay, we are so dead.
The crash did
Do
more
I want a
damage
sniper
than I
rifle? This is
suspected.
kind of a tight level for that. Kind of ruins the scenery by making it brighter, but
Reactor should already have gone through.
we're not really going for scare right now. We're just kind of going for showing off the game. Okay, Let's hit you in the back. Or not. Let's not hit you in the back. Just hit you like somebody new playing the game would do. Okay. You're not dead yet. Okay, you are dead. Not the cleanest fight, but good enough. That should be good. How did you stay alive? I was an elite. Okay. I was like, there's no way you survived that. Do you have a shotgun? I kind of shouldn't have done it because you're... Okay, they're actually... That was perfect. Shotgun ammo just landed right on me. Plasma. Okay. I'm just looking for this pistol. No, I want the regular. Did that get like blown up somewhere? There was a human pistol that was on the ground. Well, I guess it's gone. I assume I'm going the right way. The eerie music says yes. And you avoid a lot when you blood bomb that intro room. I am so dead. Okay.
Power source detected. There's the gravity lift. It's still operational. That's our way back in.
I cannot see anything. Be awesome to get in that Wraith. You can navigate Wraiths in Halo 2, but you can't in the first one, I believe. I don't think that's correct. Alright, you guys are kind of becoming a problem. I feel like the enemies are taking more damage to kill than they were earlier. Alright, we gotta get back on the ship now. Yeah, cool. So we're back on the ship. It's so weird that the entire part gets cut out with you.
Should be able to get into the ship's control room from here.
Skip through it. Like, you're never off the ship in the last time I played it.
BattleNet is a mess.
Alright, we need to swap weapons.
My records indicate that a shuttle bay should be here.
No, okay, you're gonna blow up. We have like no ammo. And here's once again back on the Truth and Reconciliation. Where you're like in the bay with the ships. Oh, shotty guy. You want to give me some ammo? Thank you. Look out. Those guys are blowing. Okay, so we'll just not do anything in this room. We'll just keep going down. Okay, you got more shotgun ammo? Okay, way overthrew that. I didn't want to throw it close because I was like, that's going to hurt me. Why does everybody have a shotgun, actually? I knew that was coming after I cornered myself. What the? Can we go down here? That was a weird load. I don't know if I'm going the right way. Do you have a pistol? Oh my, I'm so dead. This is very much run and gun, kind of like the library where you can't really sit still. I still have not gotten to the part of the level that I played last when I played it, because I feel like I went straight to the part where you run into keys, honestly. Every grenade blew up there. Why are there so many flood? Oh, were we supposed to drop down? I assume yes, but... And there's so many enemies here. Holy cow. That was really effective. The Covenant stuck the Flood, and then the Flood ran at the Covenant. How did not more than just that guy die when I stuck him? The plasma grenades look so goofy in the new I just got stuck. I ran right into that. They look so goofy. Oh, we gotta go back over here. Can I just run by this? They kind of clog this walkway right here is my only concern. I'll just do that. Let's see. We need to go. Oh, we fell down, that's right. I'm dead. Alright. So we have to drop down there. They really get you with these tight corridors in this level. Nobody had a shotgun? I think the shotgun guy's right behind me though. There's so many of you down that hallway. Did you just drop on me? Alright, are we at keys yet?
Looks like another shuttle bay. We should be able to reach the control room.
Of course
from
not.
The third level.
Why would we be there? That would be too convenient. Do you want to go straight here?
He's delirious. In pain. We have to find him.
I would assume I want to go straight this way now. So much stuff. I need some health, but I'm kind of right now. All right, are we getting close to keys? Where did that go? I thought that went behind me, and I'm pretty sure it did. I don't know. I think I stuck one of the little guys accidentally. Man, you miss out so much. I think the level's only like a couple minutes long when you do that little flood bump. All right, are we approaching where?
Please, Chief, hurry!
Oh my god. Mistakes were made. What is happening over there? Oh no, I'm dead. The freaking bloater, guys. Oy. Okay. At least we got a good load.
The captain.
Keys should be in this
Almost
room to the
Please,
left,
Chief,
I believe.
hurry.
Yeah, just have like every grenade in the history of the game blow up at one time. Big boys are the most annoying. I need to reload. Okay. God, there's another one. They just keep coming. And this is not one of those flood parts where they're supposed to be. It's just there's that many. All right. We got the keys. I did not mean to fall down there. So we got the keys. I appreciate the like, whoever gave me one. Appreciate you. All right, so I'm sorry, sir. This is Captain Keys. He has been taken over by the flood. So you got kidnapped by the Covenant. You got taken by the flood. This dude's got a rough game, pretty much. But he's the captain. He's gonna go down with the ship.
Signs detected. The captain. He's one of them.
Yep.
We can't
Poor
let the
guy.
flood get off this ring. You know what he'd expect. What he'd want us to do.
So we just killed Keys.
It's done. I have the code. We should go. We need to get back to the Pillar of Autumn.
I just grabbed that through his
Go back
face.
to
I
the
don't know if
shuttle
I
bay and
realized
find
that's
a ride.
that's what we did. I kind of assumed it was like through his chest, but all right. So now we got to get out of here, which kind of a pain. It's kind of like the same situation with the Truth and Reconciliation, the third level, where you just like after running into Keys, you just need to get out of dodge. Although I don't remember if these stop coming at any point, so we just need to start running, I think. And these little guys are going to kill me for sure. Oh my word. I don't know if I expected there to be all the Covenant in the world right there. Some grenades would be kind of nice right now. I don't want one thrown at me, I just want you to be the Covenant. Alright, everyone in the world just got hit with that. Oh! how are you alive? There's like some. Okay. I thought that stuff. So many grenades and somehow. See, how are you alive? Alright, just picked up 4 plasma grenades. So we're gonna lock them over. I don't think the level's too long from here. I think we just kind of get. I'm just going every wrong way first, and then I'm just testing. I'm showing the environment. Definitely something on the side. Oh, it's just a little guy. Yeah, flood are dangerous to stick because they'll just run at you. They'll kamikaze you. I don't remember if I need to go this way or right. Being honest. Think this way. Uh-oh, that's gonna blow. Barely survived that one.
Perfect. Grab one of the escort banshees and we'll use it to return to the Pillar of Autumn.
Classic Halo music kicking in. Alright, we gotta get out of here. So we gotta get to one of the banshees. And can I just jump from up here? We're about to find out, aren't we? Kind of feel like if I landed on it, I would have been safe, but I kind of slid off of it.
Grab one of the escort banshees and we'll use it to return to the Pillar of Autumn.
It's okay, we can listen to the rock music again. Yeah, I feel like if I land appropriately, I could could survive this. Let's get out of here. Let's go. Let's go. So similar to Keys taking off in the big ship, big drop ship, we just take a Banshee and we book it. So unfortunately, Keys is dead now. Kind of rough, but it had to happen. And now we're on the mall, the final level of the game. I didn't think we really played the whole game, but having a good time enjoying the game, so figured we would just keep going. Appreciate anyone sticking with us and watching it. As I said, sorry for the little bit laggy camera, especially. Probably will go on lower resolution next time, or look at internet stuff, so we'll see. But the mall, the final level, this has the best final part of a game, I'll say. I'm trying to think, actually, well, there's stuff like BioShock, which has a good plot point, but as far as fun kind of ending, this one is pretty up there, I would say.
This thing is falling apart.
It'll hold.
We're not gonna make it.
Uh-oh. We're gonna die.
You did that on purpose, didn't you?
Just kidding, we're here. You know, I step out of a Banshee for like 2 feet off the ground, I die. He crashes it into the wall, then jumps on top. All right,
We need to get to the bridge.
do we want new or old graphics here? I've been kind of bouncing between them all game. Maybe we'll stick with old for right now, but I don't know if we'll stick with it long term. I only played this level recently. So a lot of the inside part, oh boy, that is not good. Get out of the way. They look so much less detailed on the old graphics, I'll say. But okay, you guys need to go. It is. Are you gonna blow up more? This weird situation where you have just different groups fighting, and you're like, should I engage with you, or should I just let you guys fight it out first? Because I don't really have a preference. I just want you both going. All right, Shoddy, good to go. I will say the end of the game gives you a lot of options for weapons, which is kind of nice because you need a lot of high artillery, and you can kind of refill pretty frequently if you have to, which we'll see. Well, there's a good mix of, I guess, all Covenant, Flood, and the Sentinels here. So I was gonna say there's a lot of Flood, but there's a lot of pretty much everything. Because I think there's even Hunters in this level. I need to go. As I say that, here comes the Hunter. So this is like, if you remember the first level, the tutorial type level, Pillar of Autumn. This should look familiar. It's the same opening hallway where we first got our first gun is right here. We died this time, so more memorable because of that now. Just stand around. Just ate that hit. Can you just run past all you maybe? There's gonna be somebody here though. Right at this door, I feel like. That Hunter is chasing me. I hear him behind me.
The bridge.
Okay, let's go new graphics a little bit. We'll get a little variety. We'll get stuck by the elite. Love that. We gotta go all the way back here again. Really? Okay. I am so gonna die.
To work.
Oh, you did not hit me again with that, did you? This is where we saw Captain Keys at the beginning. That is gonna be low.
I need you to upload me into the control systems. The terminal is located next to the main view screen.
Alright. You got it, Cortana? Back where you began the game as well?
For a few days and look what happens. This won't take long.
Alright, yeah. Everything goes down the drain when you leave home for a few days, Cortana.
I'm afraid that's out of the question, really.
Oh, hell.
Ridiculous!
Guilty Spark is back.
Worships AI with such a wealth of knowledge. Wouldn't you worry it might be captured or destroyed?
He's in my data arrays, a local tab.
You can't imagine how exciting this is to have a record of all of our lost time. Human history, isn't it? Fascinating. Oh, how I will enjoy every moment of its categorization. To think that you would destroy this installation as well as this record. I am shocked. Almost too shocked.
This room is kind of annoying. You have to shoot rockets or like explosives, grenades, whatever, into certain locations, which can be tedious because you have like a time limit on it. The good part is they give you a lot of ammo to fill back up.
Where is he?
I'm detecting taps throughout the ship. Sentinels, most likely. As for the monitor, he's in engineering. He must be trying to take the core offline. Even if I could get the countdown restarted, I don't know what to do.
How much firepower would you need to crack one of the engine shields?
Not much. A well-placed grenade, perhaps, but why?
Yeah, well-placed grenade is right. The thing looks ginormous.
Okay, I'm coming with you. Chief, Sentinels!
Oh boy, here we go. So we have to go blow up a few different things to try to just to restart the countdown to blow everything up. So the Sentinels and Guilty Spark can't
the ship was heavily damaged when it crashed.
eliminate all life,
Head
pretty
to the
much.
cryo chamber. We should be able to get to the engine room through there.
Another cool song playing choice there. Got more upbeat, about to go run and gun more. Jeez, there are so many blood in there. I completely missed that grenade throw. Just keep on going. You're gonna keep following me? Oh, you had no arms, doesn't really matter. Your friend, though, it did matter. Okay, I tried to. Okay, that works. Well, partially works. Tried to stick that one and didn't realize I had frag grenades out. I should have looked up. So it's kind of fun how you like repeat the same levels ish, but it's like looks different and you're there for different reasons, stuff like that. Gotta climb the ladder here. Oh dang, the shotgun fell down. Okay, let's just keep going. Let's not mess around. Yeah. I was just blindly shooting there because I knew there was going to be some explosive guy. We are kind of near the... This we go? So we're kind of near the weapons area. We trapped back here? I think we're trapped back here. Did you go fight? Let's go fight the Covenant or the Flood. See, it's kind of downside when you kill them. Now it's like, oh, I gotta kill the people I was just hoping they would fight against. Like 4,000 medals. Okay. Just got some achievement. I'm not really fighting you the way I should be. You or okay. You know what? We're just gonna walk past you guys. You didn't stick me, did you? No, not. You did. You definitely stuck me. You definitely stuck me. Where did I just load back to? I think I went back pretty far. Oh yeah, I went back all the way to this room. this isn't the armor, is it? I think it is actually. It kind of looks like it. I think it has. Actually, this is the way to go. Follow me, guys. If I just like scoot on by everybody. Oh, we went back really far. That would make sense. I was like, there's no way that room is... Dude. Get your big machine out the way. Oh boy. You gotta be careful with the stickies because I... once again stuck the... little dude and he ran right at me. Hello? Hello? I'm dead. I think I'm trying to run and gun this a little bit too much, more than I should be. Sender of pain. Here we go. You keep blocking me. I don't appreciate it. Grenades. Old-fashioned way to just keep shooting. I think I just go left here, actually. Yeah, do this. Who stuck me there? Okay, at least I got kind of a weird save location. I feel like I was fighting the elite. The sentinels were to my left. Who threw a grenade? That one got me a little puzzled. There may actually be a health pack the other way. Let me see if there is or not. Probably not. I remember. I don't remember anything. Oh, it's right there. So we're kind of in the home stretch here. It's kind of weird. I really like the final part of the level, but the final like boss part of the level I don't appreciate as much, if I'm being honest. Let me go back through that again. I think I'm going back through this little cove. This feels like a deja vu though. Maybe I just keep doing it. I thought this took me out where I took the ladder last time, but I hit him right. I'm gonna throw some frag grenades at you and just pretend like I'm gonna stick you without doing it. Other health there, don't really need that one. So, who is in here with me? All right, can we just like bypass you guys? Is this just another? Yeah, we just. I forgot. There we go. That's. Let's just go. Okay, we stuck by him. Covenant are fighting the Sentinels. Okay, we're kind of behind them now. Alright, we stuck one. Don't hate that. I was gonna stick another one until it got redirected by all the other explosions. Did he didn't get me, did he? Okay, I was gonna say that would have been so obnoxious. Okay. Let's just leave the sentinels be. Run past them over here. This way? Yes, here's the armory. So here's where I want to grab a rocket launcher. Then just like load up on ammo. I think this is 12 is the max? It's a max, okay. So here's the final fighting part. Wait, what? Is there someone here? Is there someone invisible here? Yeah, there is. Cloaked blood. Gotta love it. They're just like, how many abilities can we give us? So that's obviously a Covenant to turn because he's using Elite's ability. Okay. These doors should be opening. I don't know whether or not there's somebody else in here to fight. Should these open, or do I think it maybe come back to this room. Maybe we go farther than come back. That may be the case. Do we not go straight to the armory, really? We go in here first, maybe? Maybe those doors open up when we get... Yeah, that's what happens. We can go back to them during this. Hopefully we won't need to, but if you run out of rocket launcher ammo or whatever, you can go back. And there's like tons of health packs, so they give you a lot of options. It just can be time consuming if you don't. You're not effective with each run of exploding stuff.
Don't worry, I have access to all
I was
of
so
the
tempted to do that, but I kind of feel like it's a waste of a rocket.
There
should be some flood that are going to be like right around here to the right.
That will expose a shaft that leads to the primary fusion drive.
So you hit one of these,
Step one
then you go over here,
straight shot into the fusion reactor.
you wait for those to open.
Catalyst explosions destabilize the magnetic material surrounding the fusion cell. Use an explosive. I recommend a
She's
grenade
just watching me.
If you run out of explosives,
Can I get back up here?
there is an armory station located
I might have to like
near
run. Oh, there we go. Crouch jumped. You guys are kind of a pain though. It's kind of a downside to staying up here because a lot of times the flood... I'm dead. A lot of times the flood will fight them if you like just bolt and then let them take each other out.
Engine room located.
Alright, I gotta do that one again. Kind of frustrating. Maybe we won't get greedy. We'll actually jump off the thing and not just stay and try to hit the other one real quick.
We can't restart the countdown. The only remaining option is to detonate the ship's fusion reactors.
I'm curious if you may have to get all four without, like if,
don't worry,
I'm trying to remember, I think when I played it on Legendary, I didn't have the problem, but if you died, I feel like you'd have to maybe do all four of them again.
That will expose a shaft that leads to the primary fusion drive.
Flood, I need you on my team for this one.
Step one complete.
You're like, the Covenant are like, oh shh, the enemy, manemy. I don't know how one rocket worked that time. And so the Covenant are like the least bad, and the Flood are like, you're a little less bad than like the Sentinels.
Located near the engine room's
The worst.
Analyzing.
Not paying attention.
Fusion reactor number 1 destabilizing.
So we gotta do that
Explosives on the
3
other
more
3
times.
reactors. That should be enough to trigger a
Which I
wild
think you get more and more enemies each time you do it. I think I hit that, didn't I? Oh, I didn't reload my gun after the first time. That's not ideal. You have to wait for it to like oh, okay, we're gonna get off that. You have to wait for it to reopen. Hit it. Hit it again. What in the world? That really still alive? Are you serious? Maybe we will need more ammo. What is happening? It's a bug? We've fired like so many rockets. Get out of the way. Okay, we're gonna need to probably restock again at the rocket down. jump probably on that, maybe. We may need to pit stop at the armory, which we kind of need to cross. Well, debate like going back up the same location or going up the other side. I think you can do both. Just to play it safe, we're gonna go back. It feels like kind of a weird pause in the tension. It's like, all right, we're fighting, and it's like, hold off, boss. Let's go back. We need more ammo. Just wait for me. Let me grab some more rocket launchers. Okay. All right. I'm ready again. Like, I feel like it kind of weirdly cuts the tension when you're like going back to restock ammo. I do also feel like the music here probably could be a little better. For as much as I like the music throughout the game, it's kind of generic, like just some like drum beating. We'll go back up the same side. I think this is the same side, and then just cross over the middle. You kind of have to fight some flood when you do that, but I think we'll do that either way.
System blockades will be in 16 cycles.
So as I said, once you're doing this a few times, they start to ramp up the enemies. So you can't like take your time, especially I'll say this again on the harder difficulties, because they will really get you. Do you have a rocket? What is in your hand? You. See, like that one took like 2 seconds. The consistency with some of these feels like all over the place. Right, we'll go back and do the last one.
Keep it up.
What are these guys like
One more fusion
chatting? Like
reactor
what
to
was
go.
that? They were just like hanging out with each other. I don't mind if you guys want to hang around, although honestly the flood doing stuff is probably helpful to me because the sentinels become kind of a problem if you stand out in the open. You kind of have to duck and cover to not let them kill you. Nope. That dude totally wanted to blow up near me. Alright, last one. We got this. I'm expecting to see a bunch of flood up here though. And maybe some sentinels normally the sentinels pop once you hit the button. The flood are kind of more of a problem getting to the button. Alright, somebody's got an assault rifle and he's doing a horrible job shooting at me. Sentinels are coming out, so we need to get the consistency with some of these. Like you saw, I got that last one like in 2 seconds, but this one's taken. So this part of the final level, especially, I'm like, it feels like they could have done something better for like a final battle than that. Like I don't know. I get it's kind of an older game,
Engine's
so.
gone critical.
But
based on the current rate of decay, we should have 15 minutes
like
to get
that's
up
not
the
really a
don't
fun
have
boss
much time.
fight per se.
Move
It's like you're just
outside and signal for
hitting
evac.
things.
Accessing schematics. There's a service
This
road
part
at
of
the
the
top
level
the
though,
It leads
top
to a
tier.
Class 7 service corridor that runs along
Probably
the ship's dorsal structure. Hurry!
My favorite gameplay moment of the game, which is awesome to end things off that way. Get up there. Like my favorite moment of the game, maybe on 343 Guilty Spark when you realize the Flutterer thing, but I think I'm going the right way. As far as gameplay goes, and like the hype you get, this ending to this game, top tier. I don't think it could be really matched. Kind of like we talked about Breaking Bad earlier with the ending of that show being perfect. End of this game is chef's kiss perfect. Alright, I didn't think I let a rocket, man. This guy does not care. He just was gonna stand there all day. The elevator portion here is kind of annoying though, but once I get past that, when we get to the actual fun part of the conclusion, that's where it picks up. Like this part, maybe I'll rocket these guys. How did you not die? Okay. The running at the end is kind of annoying because there's like some flood, but prior to that, it's other than the vehicles in this game are a little wonky, but the moment is awesome.
The Pillar of Autumn's engines are going critical, Fohammer. Request immediate extraction. Approach the crash site and be ready to pick us up at External Access Junction 4C as soon as you get my signal.
Affirmative. Echo 419 going up.
So we're taking this elevator up. Pretty much we blew everything up, and we're starting the timer on blowing everything up. We need to get out of here. I don't really know why they give it. It's kind of cool that there's like a bunch, but oh, I didn't blow up with that. I was like, oh, can't take that Warthog. But some of these can be kind of cheesy if you throw a grenade on you. But here is the final run. We got to see the timer in the bottom right. I was expecting it to be, oh no, I'm dead. Some of these are weirdly like going in the middle is the proper decision. Some of them weirdly it's like, oh, you actually should be going on the outside. I don't think this is one of those moments. I think the middle was the choice here, but oh no, that's gonna blow up. But you see the timer on the bottom right, you see the distance you need to travel up ahead, so it's kind of like a race against time to get off this place, and can't really mess around. There's a spot you pause, maybe I'll pause there. You don't have to because actually there's time there. See, I think maybe, is it this one? One of these where you go up, you just crash into something. Maybe it's the next. These sentinels are super annoying on Legendary, like they can fry you, so you gotta be like kind of dodging them. Here you go weave back and forth to avoid the speed bumps, or at least that's what I do. That's the proper choice. What's up, JDev? See you back. We're catching just the end of this game, which is, as I was saying, the most kind of climactic part. Just getting... disregard that. Disregard that. disregard that. Disregard that. You get to watch the whole beginning again. I was not supposed to flip there. Better season, you season 5 or Yellow Jacket season 3? I do not want to be on the turret.
We have 6 minutes before the
What am I doing? What am I doing? Get off the turret.
Activating final countdown timer.
What is happening? I am just getting in all of the vehicle spots. Am I stuck now?
100 million degrees.
Okay, we're taking this Warthog. This is actually the one I wanted to take. Honestly, I haven't done my U review yet, but if I'm answering that probably right now to the best of my knowledge, probably they're close, I'll say. They're pretty close, and that's probably not a good thing. I should have gone on top of it. But, by, like, default, I want to say I am driving this Warthog so poorly. So enjoy the ambiance of the level, not the actual gameplay. Are we gonna beat this time? By default, I want to say you season 5 because Yellow Jackets I had what is happening? What's happening? Yellow Jackets I had expectations for. You I didn't really have expectations for. Like season 4 I didn't like. So I probably didn't really expect you season 5 to be good, and it wasn't that good. There were moments though. I would say the first half of season 5 of you I liked more. Some of it was predictable with the direction they went with. It dragged on a bit at the end, but I would say maybe just by a smidge you season 5, but it's not. Neither are good to me personally, but. If I had to rewatch one of them, it would probably be you season 5. I don't know if I feel great about that choice, but they're both not really stellar in my opinion. But I'll go with you if I had to pick an answer. this is the spot where if you go up the ramp, you just crash into the wall. So we're gonna hang a left here. You just go up these ramps. So you avoid. If you go straight, you just crash into a bunch of stuff. It looks like you should keep going that way, but you're not supposed to. There's a pause spot up ahead that you typically are supposed to stop and something happens and then you continue. I don't know if I should stop because I may not make it on time because I kind of jacked around the first half of this. There's also one spot where you can be kind of cute and try some moves that if I try it, we may definitely run out of time. Let's just back up. Don't mind that. I think it's here where you can stop.
This is where Fohammer is coming.
You can keep driving here
Hold
because
here.
that's how it happens. Because you're like, get picked up. Actually, I'm gonna keep going for a little bit.
Cortana to Echo
You stop here and you're like, oh, they'll pick us up.
are approaching on your 6. Evade. Say again.
And then it's
evade.
like, just kidding. We're not actually gonna be saved by the Pelican. We need to get out of here now. So you keep driving. You can do it. You don't have to stop.
Echo 419.
But they obviously crashed, so we gotta keep
Calculating
going.
alternate escape route.
Because
Ship's inventory shows 1 longsword fighter
they're
still
long
docked
gone.
in Launch Bay 7. If we move now, we can make it.
here's where the music kicks in. It's awesome way to finish the game. Should we try to be stylish? I think we're gonna do it. We may die and have to do the entire driving. Oh god, I'm gonna blow up. I just ran over one of the guys with the explosives. Let's go for fun. If I remember where it's at, because I may miss it and then we may just be already airborne, but I probably shouldn't drive over the fire, but we'll go for the stylish moves if I remember, and we're probably gonna crash and have to do this all over again. But here's the cliff. We're gonna make it. Okay, actually, I thought we were gonna have to do the whole driving again. I think I just turned the camera. Maybe I should turn the keys instead. Since it gave us a generous load spot, we'll try it again. It's kind of a cool scene if you do it right. You're gonna blow me up again. Because you think you're gonna make this bridge jump, and then it's like, psych, we're falling down way farther. But I am not. I mean, the controls for the Warthog are kind of finicky, but by no means am I an expert driver. Okay, can we try to be clever here? I don't know. Maybe. There was a chance that was gonna be cool, but it wasn't. It was not cool. We tried. But we have plenty of time. We have 2 minutes to get there. And you may have more time on different difficulties. I assume that's the case, because I feel like it was cutting it close when I played a Legendary, and we are pretty okay on time right now. Alright, here it's kind of an annoying part. We gotta get out.
We need to get aboard now.
We gotta run now to not die. We gotta get out of here. And that's Halo. That's Halo 1. You gotta get on the ship right as people are running up.
Close.
Here we go.
So, as you saw with the timer, everything's blown up. We just got out of there in time. And the kind of cool scene, if you're playing on Legendary, they give you an extra cutscene where Sergeant Johnson from earlier in the game, there's an elite that he's with, and they like hug each other. I think Sergeant Johnson like touches his butt too. It's like super weird, but it's funny. I feel like it's a little Easter egg throw-in. Where the Covenant, the elite, and him are like, we're gonna die. Let's just embrace each other at this point.
Shut them down. We'll need them later.
destroyed up that we destroyed Halo essentially here in an attempt to save humanity.
Did anyone else make it?
Scanning. Just dust and echoes. We're all that's left. We did what we had to do for Earth. An entire Covenant armada obliterated, and the Flood. We had no choice. Halo, it's finished.
No. I think we're just getting started.
Takes off his helmet here for the first time. We don't see it though. Unlike, I never watched the Halo TV show, but I heard awful things where he took his helmet off constantly because he's an actor. But not shown here in the game. And I think that's probably handled better that way, if he's just kind of like mysterious a little bit. Although it's kind of weird, I mean it's kind of spoilery, but Sergeant Johnson's in the Halo 2, so it's like, you just said everybody died. I don't know. Maybe I think maybe at the beginning they explained that he gets like a bunch of like medals, I think, at the beginning, so he probably escaped somehow. Alright, since we're playing the playlist, I just realized it's jumping to Halo 2 right now. Can I pause now, or bail now? Is that considered complete at this point? Yeah, Halo 2. Okay. Yeah, so since I did the playlist instead of just playing the first game, it was jumping straight into Halo 2. So not going to play that today. I will say, though, if anybody liked doing this, it's kind of a different style for me. I haven't typically done like this, like much of a gameplay game, and where it's more like story driven. But if you enjoyed kind of going through Halo, let me know, and I'll probably consider giving Halo 2 a run as well. As I mentioned, I've only played the first 3 games, so Anniversary, Halo 2 Anniversary, and Halo 3. I haven't played Reach, ODST, or 4. We'll see if this makes sense to continue doing, and maybe I'll wind up jumping through the rest of the campaigns. I don't know them nearly as well as Halo. Like the Halo 2 campaign, I know for the most part. There's different characters you're playing as, just kind of as a tease for that. 3, I barely remember. And then the other ones, as I said, I haven't played. So kind of Halo Combat Evolved, the first Halo one, is my bread and butter as far as the campaign storyline. I think it's an awesome game. If I was giving like top 10 games all the time, maybe I'll do that at some point. This would be a strong competitor. I feel like a lot of the stuff I would naturally pick is like last gen, like PS4 era, but Halo from the original Xbox, it's hard to beat. The story, the gameplay, kind of the whole package of stuff there. Just with the kind of twists and turns you take, like you're facing the Covenant, Keyes gets captured, then you get this other parasite entity that you realize with the Flood, then you run to 343 Guilty Spark and he's trying to help you, but he's actually a bad guy. So there's like there's so many layers for kind of an original Xbox game, and obviously that's why the franchise continued endlessly. They have a bunch of books too as well, so there's reasons why it branched out, and I feel like the original Halo is a strong reason for that. And yeah, it's the one I enjoy the most. Granted, as I said, I haven't played some of them. Halo 2 is pretty peak as well. The graphics in Halo 2 are much better than Halo. And the story's okay. The gameplay is a little bit meh. But I'll probably give Halo 2 a try if people are interested in running through that one as well. So yeah, that was Halo Combat Evolved. I didn't really plan on necessarily playing the whole thing, but was having a good time, and figured running through it didn't take too long. It's been 5 hours, I think it said, so quite a good amount of live time here. So let me know if you enjoyed this. As I said, I'll look to continue maybe doing a few more campaigns with Halo, and if there's any other games you think may be of interest running through, I'm trying to keep an eye on what's coming out this year too. Like I mentioned, the Dark Pictures games. Directive 8020 comes out later this year. I would consider grabbing that if folks are interested in playing through it. I don't grab a whole lot of stuff at launch because I don't need to play it right away. I'm happy getting it on sale. But those games are a little bit cheaper typically, so I don't mind it if folks are interested, kind of enjoying the ride through it here on the channel. So yeah, this was Halo. As I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, as far as stuff planned upcoming, probably we'll see Until Dawn tomorrow, so I'll probably do a short and video for that, assuming I wind up going to see it. I have not watched The Last of Us Episode 3 yet, so I need to watch that and then do a short review for that one. I know that was a point of contention in the last episode, which I fully expected with kind of the plot point with that game and with the show, obviously. And maybe I'll do some trailer reactions as well with some of the, like, I Know What You Did Last Summer, maybe Predator, I'm not sure there. And then You Season 5, my thoughts there too. So a few things I probably should have done already, but I figured I'd rather do it at a time that makes sense instead of just trying to push something out. So kind of be on the lookout for that stuff. And as I mentioned, let me know if there's anything content or game-wise you're interested in seeing in the future, and I'm happy to either explore for the first time or share my experience with it. So that kind of sums things up for today's stream. Appreciate anyone being here. JDev, appreciate you hopping in and talking some movies as well and just hanging out. Always awesome just engaging with you and talking through things. So love to see that. I guess we did talk about too at some point, I don't know how soon it'll be, also plan to do my top 10 shows, since I did put together my list for that and just need to sit down and do that video too as well. So we'll be curious to see what you think of it. As I mentioned, giving a heads up, there's probably a few that it sounds like genre wise may not be your cup of tea, but I think it's always fun just seeing variety of opinions on what people like. So I've kind of blabbered on long enough, but I appreciate anyone being here either live or watching the VOD back. Super awesome to have you guys. And yeah, see you in the next one. Appreciate you hanging out here on the channel. Thanks guys, have a good one.